Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Grow until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Shook me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost, I'll be your sound. But you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My jacket's not on yet, but we're close enough. Hope you all are having a very good day. My name is Resorty. I say welcome to you all. I also say, what do you say? I don't say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, welcome, blah, 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 Resorty. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good day. Yes, indeed. It's a pleasure to be here with you yet again. Noms is still home. She's upstairs doing some work and such, and Resorty is here before you right on time. Goodness, I've been very bad the past few days of actually getting the stream correctly online. I know, no jacket. How do you do it? How do you do it? All right, we need music. Very good. Hello, friends. All right, we're in the groove now. Everything is fine. All very good, very good. Hope y'all had a very good time since last we were together. It's sincerely a pleasure to be back in front of you, playing some video games, hanging out, etc. You nearly expect an explosion of confetti behind me. I bet I could get like is it a GIF? A GIF? I say GIF. A GIF behind me that goes pew. Remember years ago I saw another streamer who would occasionally have little like, here's something interesting to know. And after telling people what it was, they'd have the NBC The More You Know banner go over their head. So maybe that's what we need, is start adding more interactive graphics on stream so y'all can be able to pay attention, right? We talked about this yesterday. We have to have more moving things on stream to ensure maximum attention building. Can't look away, you never know what you'll see next. It's so good to see so many of you, really and sincerely. Belgian Guy, welcome in. You are correct. We in Japan do not go through any time changes at all. We're just on one consistent schedule all the way through. So as the US and then Europe and probably other places also have gone through daylight savings. I'm just still streaming at the same time, so my apologies, but here we are anyway. Game Merchants, good seeing you. Today we will build a hospital in Oni. We actually threw up a tiny little hospital yesterday. It is functional. It is counting as a hospital, I think, but it's not very big, not very good. It does not make medicine, etc., but we're going to improve it. Incredulous Ninny, it's good seeing you. You need a reading list for poli-sci? We have a book club discussion channel over on the Discord. I can throw some books in there that people might enjoy reading. I've just been putting in what I've been reading, and other people have done the same, but I envision that place where people can ask for book recommendations and talk about their favorite books, etc. Always looking for ways to get people talking about books. I think books are important, blah, blah, blah. Insert standard nerd talk here. Real Life's a Hoax, welcome in. Axix, how you doing? Slivers, awesome to see you, friend. We have the box for Gloomhaven out on the table right now. I've been saying for months and months and months, years in fact, that we'll be playing Gloomhaven. It's just a very, very big board game that requires a tremendous amount of sitting together and reading the manual, and I've actually considered playing the Gloomhaven video game on stream to learn how Gloomhaven works, so I can go play the board game version of it. I'm not sure if it'll actually work that way, but it could be fun, and I've heard some decent things about the Gloomhaven video game. Maybe. Hello, Jerry, how's it going? Hello, Pumpkin Pie, welcome back. Ramrod, how you doing, my friend? Dogberry, a pleasure. Silent, it's good to see you making your jokes. I always like that a whole bunch. Pepper, welcome. Jim, welcome. How's it going? Jack, Freak, welcome. If I missed you, I apologize. My eyes just scroll through. Aaron Mithrin, rather, very, very good to see you. Really and sincerely. Thanks for your email, 100%. Cyber Oracle, hello, friend. Kibbs, you've only played Founders of Gloomhaven. So how does that game distinguish from normal Gloomhaven? We have both the giant box Gloomhaven and also a smaller version called The Lions of Gloomhaven, the knockoff version of Gloomhaven. Who needs that L? Gloomhaven indeed. Jaws the Lion, thank you, called Jaws the Lion. And we haven't decided which one to play quite yet, but we're pretty excited by both of the possibilities. And we said over the winter we would play Gloomhaven, but Noms is teaching this semester. And so our time at home is often consumed by preparation for classes and grading papers instead of hanging out. And also it never got all that cold this year over the winter. Usually board games are our way of filling time once we can't go outside and go and see things. But only snowed twice and just barely got below freezing here. Again, my apologies to all of you who had to deal with much worse winters, but don't worry, our summer is terrible, so we don't get out and freely, surely. I mean, as many of you know, I far prefer cold to heat, so in that respect, Japan was not a good move, because it just doesn't really get cold here at all, but oh well, oh well. Hey, Vidar, good seeing you, friend. Vera Johnson, welcome in. You love summer? I don't know. I like the spring. I like what summer stands for. I'll say that. I like the fact that in the summer, it's beautiful, right? The sun is vibrant. You can see things. The trees are in full bloom. People go on picnics. But my body, it hates it. Sweating is so terrible. And I don't want to go too far into this topic, but Sweat and I are dear old friends. And so, yeah, I really enjoy the idea of summer, but not the actuality of summer. And that kind of bums me out. Hello, Jamor, how's it going? Jamor, thank you for the resubscription. That's a whole bunch of months, and I do appreciate it. It is time for the monthly round of Jamor Jeopardy! Alright folks, here we go. Let me answer it first if possible, and then you can say, oh Resorty, here's the answer. Holy data! What a great start. Have you been watching old Jeopardy editions? Holy data! There are approximately 79 zettabytes of data stored in the world, about 10% of new data, which is 79 trillion of these measurement of data. Okay, so 79 zettabytes is 79 trillion of some basic data unit. I mean, what comes to mind first is bits as like the most basic part, but I worry it's something in between. This is a place where if I knew the zeta prefix, we could go, haha, metric, and figure out how zeta and kilo and giga and penta or peta? I don't remember what that one is, etc. And so I recognize I'm just gonna have to guess here, and I doubt it's bytes because zettabytes has the word bytes in it. It'd be very awkward for a professional Jeopardy question writer to write how many zettabytes, and the answer is bytes. So I will say, what is bits? And if I'm wrong, that's fine. Jamor, thank you for the monthly trivia. We'll see. Civilian, it's good seeing you. Hope you're having a good day. Jamor, you gotta tell me, am I wrong? Am I finally wrong? I've been pretty good at Jamor Jeopardy. Incorrect! Alright, what is it? What is the measure of data? Is it a gigabyte? Yeah, I mean, if it comes down to just not knowing which bits are not divided equally. Okay. Yeah, if it's just not knowing the prefixes, I'm okay with taking that loss as I think I need to work on. I remember when Ken Jennings was the king of what's it called? The king of Jeopardy. He would talk about all the things that he would do to prepare for an episode of Jeopardy. And yeah, part of it was just memorizing movies, like which Academy winner was from what year, etc., and then learning the actors and actresses in the movies over and over again. And he talked a lot about trying to memorize all the vice presidents and like cabinet secretaries, and so much preparing for Jeopardy was just memorizing potentially useful lists of facts, because Jeopardy tests knowledge across so many territories. And so yes, probably knowing the various metric prefixes would have helped. So it is 8 gigabytes. So gigabytes. So 79 zettabytes is 79 trillion gigabytes. Fine, good. That's how it goes. More, thank you though for the subscription and for, I'm going to say a fundamentally nonsense question. I'm now getting angry about the question. No, not really. Not really. But if you ask too many questions like the science tech domain, you will find my weaknesses very, very, very quickly. I just don't know past, like, I don't know, whatever I learned in 8th grade. That's the end of it for me. So, as I often say, there are some subjects I need to spend more time studying. And I keep saying, man, I'll eventually set my, reading list, my personal reading list for the evenings, on more techie books. And I'll probably start with just popularizations by people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then eventually move past that, hopefully, to works in the field. But I only have so much life, right? I recognize that in the same way I keep pushing off building rockets and going through the teleporter in Oni, I'm also going to continue pushing off my attempt to learn all about science and mathematics. Though, man, the stuff I hear about it is so cool, right? Anytime there's like a new discovery made, and there's a popularization news story, which I recognize is fundamentally incorrect in some way, it's always like, oh, we've discovered something more about how fusion works. I go, wow, awesome. So what's fusion? Like, and I understand it in like the general concept, but at the level of actually understanding what people are arguing, what experiments have shown, and how it relates to these abilities, like produce more power. I don't know. And I think as I've gotten older, I've felt okay with saying I don't know more and more often. But back when I was a kid, that was so hard for me. Because like school was my safe place, school was my safe topic. And so if someone would ask me a question I didn't know anything about, I would occasionally make up an answer and say it very confidently. And eventually someone who knew an answer was wrong and was much larger than me hit me when I did this, which is not a good reaction to people lying, blah, blah, blah. But it taught me real quick that I should just say, I don't know. Though I didn't really learn how to do that until I started teaching, honestly. It was only in teaching that I realized I can model, how like a good learner will also be someone who admits they don't know things. So you do it with your wife all the time and secretly fact check yourself. And so, confident answer, make sure I have it right. I mean, this is one of those things, right? This is one of those things that we're able to do now. And I think there's kind of a loss in it. It is amazing that we have cell phones in our pockets that have access to, at some level, all of the knowledge. But I really miss having speculative conversations about, like, what could be the largest mountain in the United States, where no one knew exactly for sure, but we'd throw out ideas and bounce back and forth and have like have wandering conversations. Now so often on topics that are factual, there's this quick move from, hey, what do you think is, to beep boop beep boop, the definitive answer is. And good, like from the sake of knowing truths, awesome. From the perspective, though, of just having nice conversations, kind of bums me out. I mean, it gives us ground then to talk about other things that matter, too. But as many of you know, I've mentioned previously, the Guinness Book of World Records was started to settle bar bets. It was started to settle conversations about, how far could a person possibly jump? And you'll notice I used my slurring voice there because they were a very drunk conversation, surely. But they'd be able to pull down the book and look it up and see, this person can jump however far it is. And again, like, it's just a continuation of that, which again is fine. Conversations like that might happen. Topics have just changed. It's possible. I don't know. It might be the kind of people I'm friends with when often we'll be at the bar or out to dinner or whatever, and we'll have this, like, I wonder what. And then for many of my friends, it is the quick desire to just find the answer. Now, many of my friends are academics, are professors, are researchers, and so I understand why the correct response to an unknown question is, we research. And I feel that a little bit also. Often on stream, if I see a word that I don't know, my desire is to pull it up right away on the Google machine instead of speculating with you all about what it could be. So, I don't know. I think I'm getting old. I think that's all there is to say about that, is this feeling of like, I miss a certain kind of innocence, and it is the innocence of ignorance. And I don't mean that in a grand sense of like, oh, the world is terrible and I didn't know about famine, but no, it was like, it's kind of insulation from trivia, and so we could instead make it up together. It's kind of like a play, I guess, for adults. As kids, you make up worlds together, and as children, you often don't do so. And it's a place for adults to just play together. I don't know. There's some disparate topics here that aren't quite congealing, but I think you got my drift there. Hey, Matt, have I watched Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham? Yeah, number one, like Bo Burnham a lot. Absolutely been watching him since he was a kid on YouTube. It's been amazing seeing how he's grown into being a comedy superstar, right? But no, that's from his most recent... what's it called? Isolation, Lonely, Alone. His most recent Netflix special, it was about him like being in isolation during the pandemic and making a special all by himself, doing the video and all the rest, etc., etc. And the song called "Welcome to the Internet," which talks about how the internet will hand you everything you want to know all of the time, and part of that is unfortunately like a self-serving conception of the internet. This great thing meant to connect us for so many people is just a feed me the things I love, nom 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 nom. It's kind of a creepy song in some measure, but if you haven't heard it might be worth checking out. Welcome to the Internet, Bo Burnham for sure. Hey Windsor, good to see you. Last week it occurred to you, been 30 years since you used the library. Yeah. So our library on campus is in large measure study space for students, which awesome. A nice quiet place they can get away and just work on things. But as far as using the books, it's primarily faculty that do so. Now they do have a large selection of fiction texts that I think some students use, and they have a large collection of books in Japanese for language learners. And because a lot of students here are learning Japanese, that's very, very useful for them. And there's a collection of manga, a collection of DVDs, and things like that I think get more use than like the rest of the stacks. But man, one of my favorite things about the library is just that experience of walking in and going to a random shelf and seeing the stuff that's there. Like, I will occasionally look up online, I'm doing research on XYZ, do they have a book on this topic? I'll write down my little, what's it called? My shelving number, whatever it's called. It's not Dewey Decimal here, unfortunately. It's something like that, though. Library Congress number, something like that. And like, go find just that book. But what I really prefer is just go to some random area and say, okay, here we are in the middle of, in the middle of the paranormal research, and seeing the kind of things people write about. Because some of it is so different from how I think about the world. And, there's a whole section about, like, biographies of secretaries of state. And if I wanted to, I could pick up that book and learn about some random secretary of state. And I love that. I love the way in which I think that part of it is so often when I go hunting for ideas online, I just type in the thing I'm already looking for, and Google says, here is that thing exactly. I don't know how to generate ideas I don't already know. And I think that was what was useful about websites like StumbleUpon back in the day. StumbleUpon was this website where people would put weird and interesting websites, and you could push a button and it would take you to some random website that someone else said, hey, this is kind of cool. And now sites like Reddit kind of do that, but the Reddit things tends to push the same kind of topics to the top, often like celebrity gossip and so on. So yeah, I love the experience of just going into a library, wandering freely, and feeling my mind grow a little bit more on new topics. Yeah, I think as I've gotten older, I've been like really glad for fields I don't know about, and really glad that people are doing work out there and learning stuff and writing stuff I don't know. Yeah, Wikipedia does have a random button. There's often like a page of the day on Wikipedia where you can see something that's been curated and selected out. And it's often really interesting because, as you know, with Wikipedia, all the pages are linked to all the pages. And because of that, you can just click through and find yourself going from like cultivating strawberries to the history of the Byzantine Empire, like that. And many of you know the standard game, of course, which is if you click the second link on almost any page over and over and over again, eventually you'll get to philosophy. And I have my students do this in class occasionally as a bit of a joke, and I think it was the Kim Kardashian page did not get to philosophy, and I was befuddled and frustrated and considered going in and changing stuff so it would get to philosophy. Speaking of Kim Kardashian, yesterday in class we were talking about Michael Sandel's book that I've been using, Tyranny of Merit, and we were talking about, how does society identify winners and losers? And I don't mean this like an existential individual question, like are you a winner, or do you see people with happy families and happy homes as being winners, etc. I just meant, how do societies identify people as winners? And so I had my students think of examples of winners, and then we talked about like how they get to be a winner, what does it mean to be a winner, and what does that say about society. And for so many of the students, the things that came to mind first were either like major online influencers, billionaires, or celebrities, which I think all three of these are about attention and wealth primarily. And that's kind of what I was going for. That is Sandel's concern, is that we understand cash money as a sign of winning on a macro level. And for a couple of them I said, hey, do you know how that person got famous? And they'd offer me what little bit they knew, and I'd often fill it in myself if I knew a little bit more. And so the person who said Kim Kardashian was a winner of society. And we asked the question of, how did she get famous? And they didn't like that story. I gotta say, my students just thought she was a fully formed being in the world. And I told the story about being Paris Hilton's best friend, then having a intimate encounter leaked, and the students did not like hearing those words come out of my mouth. They looked away very, very quickly. But it's true, it's fun. All good. So, yeah, I think that, Sandel's book is super interesting for thinking through the question of what should winners look like. And his big point is trying very hard to move away from the individualistic conception of winning to a public good, common good conception instead. And he says the way this is often done is by just making sure that everybody has more money. And you can see why. Of course, having money helps with having a good life, surviving, etc. But he said that just raising the minimum wage a little bit does not change that the real winners are still those far on top. And so his last chapters, which are kind of speculative and don't give great answers, says we need to develop a sense of the public good, in which what matters for winning is how well you are able to achieve your goals and help others achieve their goals too. And I think that is a really cool idea. Now, I hope his next book explains what on earth that means, but as of right now, it's at least worthy of thinking about, for sure. Jack, it's not the first link on Wikipedia. If you follow the first link on Wikipedia all the way through, the first link on Wikipedia is usually to the International Pronunciation Alphabet. And so you click that, it gets you to the IPA, unfortunately. But yeah, the second one there will get you to philosophy in most cases. You did the first link? The first actual link. Okay, so the IPA is not a real link? Fine. I'm glad to see that Kim Kardashian does now get to the philosophy page. That's what counts. I actually didn't go and change it. Maybe one of my students did. They found the broken connection and got Kim Kardashian to philosophy. Cool. The second link's an infinite loop. Oh, infinite loops are fun. This reminds me. I I've forgotten his name again. It's Douglas something, I think. Who's the computer programmer guru guy who's like writing a 12-volume book about programming architecture? It was supposed to be like a single textbook and then became two, and now it's his life work, and gosh, we'll see if he finishes it. Donald Knuth, thank you, Donald Knuth. Knuth? I actually don't know how to say that word in this context. But my favorite part of that book is in his initial definition sections, he has the, in the glossary, he has the definition for recursion and the definition for circularity linked back and forth endlessly. And it's a delightful little joke, for sure. Oh gosh, there's an ad running. So blah, 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 should be playing crossword, but I'm gonna keep talking for right now. I'll keep talking for a little bit, and we'll do the first crossword in a little bit. I was planning to be done with talking by now, but I'm enjoying chatting with y'all, so we'll keep that going for a little bit more, because I have things to share with you, right? So far, it's just been, let's talk about this random bit here and there, so my apologies to those of you who want to see some crossword right now. Missing the talk is not crucial. This is not true. There's at least one viewer who typed in all caps a couple weeks ago, saying, Resorty, I hate it when you're telling a story and the ad suddenly comes on. And I was so apologetic, but it just happened right now. So, yeah, going from talk time to 3 minutes of ads feels not super great for me, but that's how it goes. Any fun plans for Easter? No. I appreciate the question, but no, we don't really celebrate Easter in general, and then here in Japan, not so much. It's not a holiday at all. That said, I just noticed it's the 30th. What day is the 1st? Oh boy, friends. Oh boy. April 1st is coming real soon, and as you might know if you've been here for a while, April 1st, special stream holiday, and we'll see how that goes. That said, speaking of Easter, there have been some students recently coming from the U.S. to Japan just to tour the school and see if they want to be there long term. And it's a tradition in Japan that when you come from away, whether from a vacation or meeting someone for the first time, you bring omiyagi, which is a gift to a thing that is not easy to get in the person's home. So commonly when you go to places like Hakone, which are big like resort areas, there'll be like special gifts set up in some area that you then are supposed to buy and take back to your friends and coworkers to share, which is delightful. But the Americans who came recently brought bags and bags of Easter candy. Yes, bags and bags of Easter candy, primarily like chocolate with marshmallow inside. And the best thing about omiyagi in the workplace is if someone brings you omiyagi, you're expected to share it with your coworkers. It's kind of like when I was in elementary school, and if you brought something tasty to eat, did you bring enough to share with the class? That's how this goes. So, yeah, I gotta enjoy a tasty little marshmallow chocolate egg, not peanut butter. So, Sally, I don't want to look a gift egg in the mouth. But yeah, I do prefer the ones that are chocolate with peanut butter inside. Oh, I forgot those existed until just now. Now I want Reese's. We can't get Reese's here. I've not found any place to do so. However, on a trip about 6 months ago, On a trip 6 months ago, a faculty member brought back to NOMS a 2-pack of Reese's cups. And they have been sitting on the top shelf behind where Noms can see ever since. And she knows they're up there. She's aware that they do in fact exist. She's just keeping them for a good rainy day, a special day. Because again, they're very hard to get here. And I don't know how long it's going to be until the chocolate goes bad. Like, I know that some chocolate will start turning like grayish and kind of crusty. Now, I know that Reese's chocolate is not top tier by any means. It's not Ferrero Rocher or anything. And I don't know that discoloration leads to a difference in flavors, but I really hope she doesn't keep it too long. Better check for the date. That's a really good idea. Surely it has a best by date, and then I'll find a way to make sure Noms has it. Yeah, she's much better at this than I am. Like, she's better at impulse control in general. But man, if I get a candy I really want to eat, You recall that like 4 or 5 days ago I said, hey friends, I got a bag of Tootsie Rolls. My friends, I have one Tootsie Roll left, and the only reason it's left is so I can tell Noms, look, I didn't eat all of them yet. This is how it goes for me. No impulse control when it comes to food. If it's there, I want to eat it. The end. I can do impulse control for reading, right? If I want to, or I need to get through a book for class or for my research, I can lock it and do it. But man, not tasty food. Tasty food goes into the gaping maw. This is what Nam said last night. Work was very stressful for her yesterday, and she did not want to go home and eat food here, so we stopped at a restaurant and it had a little food, had a couple beers, and then on the walk home, I said, oh, we should stop and get some donuts. And we've talked recently about trying to eat better, so stop and eat some donuts is absolutely verboten. But she said, I think you've had one too many beers and have turned into a gaping maw. A gaping maw of gluttony, that was the line for it. Yeah. It's true. It's absolutely true. But we managed to resist, no donuts, etc. Good job, us. I benefit from the don't bring it into the house strategy. Exactly right, Rukapi. Yeah, for me, the issue of healthy eating is won and lost entirely at the grocery store. And so, once upon a time, I used to be very bad at healthy eating. Like, I would buy Pop-Tarts and eat nothing but Pop-Tarts for all the meals, right? This kind of thing. And I remember there was a certain point when I went to the grocery store and said, today I will not buy Pop-Tarts. And as part of this, I remember like intentionally walking down the Pop-Tart aisle and stopping and looking at the Pop-Tarts and thinking to myself, not today, Pop-Tarts! And I felt good about myself. I recognized like I was talking to myself by talking to the Pop-Tarts, but yeah, time for toaster strolls instead. Absolutely. So tasty. All these confections, right? They're dessert, but they're probably actually breakfast or actually dessert foods. We take our victories where we find them. I am absolutely agreeing with you on that one. Little victories count for something. It was just very strange. Like, in retrospect, I realized it's very strange to go and talk to food at the grocery store. But I didn't speak aloud. Not like people in passing would know what was happening. But now all of you know what happened, and that's what counts. Yeah, the problem is here in Tokyo, there are just so many really tasty foods. And in the US, we'd have to drive over to get really interesting things. But here, every single corner's got some restaurant I want to try. Every single corner's got some little mom and pop shop, and they all have really interesting takes on various foods, and I want to compare them all and try them all, etc. But now that I keep talking about we need to make more food at home and make more salads and all that good stuff, so surely we'll do that. We'll definitely get much better. Yeah, I don't think so. Probably not. Gotta know my limits for sure. Alright, so what do I have for you today? My friends, we are turning now to the let me show you things portion of the day. Number one, I should have started with this and I forgot, but as you know, I get emails. This email is not well placed on the screen, so I'll go over here. My friends, to you one and all, I say, that's very small. I say it gets bigger. It's Mod Appreciation Day on Twitch. Apparently we've started a new holiday, so happy Mod Appreciation Day. Oh, look, we love our mods. We love our mods. So no one told me about this. I didn't do anything special for the mods or for anybody else, really. And I actually don't even have a mod poem to figure out ahead of time. But there you go, friend. Oh, it's not new to this year? It's happened previously? Can I say, what can I say? I appreciate the mods every single day, so why would we need to appreciate them extra today? That doesn't work terribly well. Anyway, yay mods! Thank you mods for the good work you do in keeping the stream safe and happy for us all. And of course our channel tends to be like very mature and not terrible, but definitely mods and lots of other channels have to do work all the time. But Thank you for what you do here, both encouraging a positive atmosphere, chatting with newcomers, helping me remember to move our chat into emote-only mode, unmod them all to show them how replaceable they are. That's terrible. No, we love the mods. We love them. That's a very funny idea. We celebrate Mod Appreciation Day by getting some new mods to appreciate. Anyway, there you go. I suspect it's the case that some streamers are doing really cool stuff for their mods, but I apologize that I didn't remember this was happening. Maybe I'll sing you all a song later. What rhymes with pepper? What rhymes with Jack? What rhymes with Sally? We'll work on it. We'll work on it, my friends. But sincerely, thank you, mods, for what you do this day and every day. It is something I cannot overstate the value of, and you do it for free, and you hang out with me, and thank you, really. All right, very good, very good. With that done, check, appreciation complete. Yesterday, I showed you a new emote. That is, that I think many of us want, and we talked about how to do it slightly differently. And so the one I showed you yesterday there was some discussion about was the shame emote, which will surely not be used in terrible ways against me. And anytime there's a new emote, I think immediately, okay, what is the worst way this could be used? And yeah, so the shame emote right here, you all wanted to see in some slightly different versions. And so the mod art, or the emote artist produced them overnight, and I'd be glad to hear your feedback on what you prefer. Maybe we'll even run a poll so you all can vote by touching your screen. That'd be good. All right, so shame happens there with no punctuation at all. There's then a request to see it with commas instead. You see there we have the wait, why is there an extra comma? No, we're not doing this. Absolutely, positively, this will not happen. There should not be a comma. How do I point that direction? Wait, that direction is this direction. There will not be a comma at the very bottom, because the one thing I cannot tolerate is extraneous punctuation. So, if we do this this emote here, there'll be no extra comma at the bottom. It's perfect for shame, because there's further shame in having bad punctuation. I like the idea. Oh, the shame is never brought to an end. Oh, so the shame continues on. How do I feel about ligatures? Delighted. The AE ligature in Encyclopedia has brought me many days of great joy. I've never had anyone ask me that. I mean, the standard question about punctuation is, or representation of language in text is, how do you feel about the Oxford comma? And as you see right there, we care about it. More commas, more good. But no, I have no strong feelings about the ligatures, nor about the diaresis, I think it's called, over O's like the New Yorker does. Oh boy, typography, my favorite topic. Okay, so that's shame with commas. We then had the little bit more, no, it's actually not an Oxford comma if there's no and involved, but because of the proliferation of commas here, the excessive proliferation, you can know full well I want more commas everywhere. All right, so a little bit more direct and serious version is the shame. Periods instead. So no commas allowed, just doot. Good old doot. And like I said, this one seems more serious. Seems like there's no joy, there's no cheer. There's just, you know what you've done. Shame. Oh, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I told some of my students I was disappointed the other day, and they didn't like that at all either. Oh, no. You like triple dots, the ellipsis? Shame. So, unfortunately, I don't know how to read ellipses in anything other than either something's left out here, or it is gesturing on past itself. We'll see. So probably no ellipses in this case. All right, and the last one for today is the even more aggressive. This is the I'm not disappointed, I am furious. Bang, bang, bang. Shriek, shriek, shriek. Shame, shame, shame. I actually don't know how to say this in a non-cheering way now that I read it. Oh, question marks. No. The only way we'd have a shame, shame, shame question mark one is if we also have one with a finalization, like exclamation point or period. That way there can be a call and response. Do we want shame, shame, shame? Yes, we want shame, shame, shame. Whichever way. There you go. You have 4 possibilities. Isn't it all caps? Yeah, so Bill, if you do exclamation point what? Or not, so that's not true. Not exclamation point. Not exclamation point. It's resorty what, rather. Uppercase D to what. That will show you what we're going for. So it is very similar to what, but shame, shame, shame instead. And we'll see how it goes. Alright, so there are 4 options. I will show them again real quickly, and then we'll make a poll and we'll vote on that. So, shame exclamation part, exclamation mark, shame with periods, shame with commas, and then shame with, that's mods, shame with nothing. There you go. Can you get a more X more good? So I've talked previously about more X more good, because I do use this occasionally. The problem is it's a bunch of words, and I don't quite know how to have like more duh, without needing like 4 emotes, or maybe 3 emotes. Maybe 2 emotes? Maybe just the word more would do it. And then you could plug in whatever you want. So more duh. Maybe, I'll think about it. All right, here comes the voting. Let me set up a poll real quick. Feel free to campaign for your favorites now. Where's the poll button? There's the poll button. When I open the Resorty merch store, you buy that? I appreciate it. I think, unfortunately, the more good, more better, whatever I say usually, is actually someone else's that I stole from chat years and years ago. And, yeah, truthfully, the Resorty personality is just an amalgamation of all of the things that you have ever said in chat. I take them in, I mess them around, and I give them back to you. And that's why you like hanging out with me, because friends, I am you. Alright, which shame is best shame? We have comma, nothing, exclamation point, or period. This will run for 1 minute and this will run for 2 minutes. You can't do 1:30. The poll begins now. Please do get clicking if you care. If you don't care, that's fine also. I'm not going to them all up because they take too much real estate, but I appreciate your voting. So far, comma is in the lead. And we will say this vote's going to be determinative. On some other things, we definitely attempt to do multiple polls over multiple days, but I surely trust you all to make a good judgment. Alright, nothing was winning, now it's exclamation point. We have a real race going, to the point I feel like I should have actually multiple shame emotes. I feel like I'm going to need all 4 of them to satisfy everyone's desires. The only one with no votes right now is period. Oh, Jim, you can't vote on the phone, really? I didn't know that phones couldn't vote. Jim, tell me what you want. I've not voted. And so, Jim, I will be your vote. Whichever one you want, here I go. I'm surprised that Twitch doesn't have integration for voting on phones. I know a lot of viewers do watch on phones. And alright, exclamation point's way ahead. With almost 45% vote. Ramrod, you did vote on the phone. Okay, yeah, I don't quite know how this all works. Got 45 seconds to go. Trith, it's good to see you. Hello, friend. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Very soon we'll move over to auction not included time. I have 2 more things to discuss with you. Yeah, 2 more things to discuss with you, and then we will do that. Period, please. All right. I'm so sorry, Jim. Period's not going to win, but there you go. Oh, can you all also see the results as they come in? Or do I have to do it? Oh, no. Rukapi can't vote today. Biff can't vote today. That's very sad. That's very, very sad. I'm so sorry. So this is clearly a rigged election in which some voters have been disenfranchised. That's democracy. All right, so you see the results also, Pepper and Game Merchant. Very cool. Look at that, friends. With an overwhelming plurality, exclamation point has won. Very sorry to those of you who could not vote. But we're gonna do exclamation point. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's nice. And you call for a manual count. All those in favor of period, please say aye, etc. Not over 50% time for a runoff. We could take the 2 highest vote getters and see what happens. Those are exclamation point of nothing. Oh goodness, I appreciate we're actually voting. No, we're not going to vote in chat because it requires people to type, and I don't want to have to make the poor lurkers type like, runoff, you want to run off? Okay, fine. We'll do a runoff and waste that. It won't pop up now, but in larger streams, not everyone gets surveys in all votes. Reloads, because I saw that. Okay, so if you don't have the vote pop up, if you reload your chat, it might go. All right, one moment while I put these in. Let's vote to see if we should vote. I appreciate all quite a bit. I think we need to come up with some bylaws. We need to elect a chairperson. One of the streams I watch occasionally, our friend I Am Dar, he's actually elected a prime minister of chat. He's elected a prime minister of chat, and I believe this person has a veto on what games they play, and some other things as well. And I don't remember all the ins and outs of it, but they had like an actual election with nominations. They had the viewers who were nominated like write some kind of speech. They maybe even gave the speech, I'm not sure. And I voted for a person based entirely on he would campaign for more regular RimWorld streams. So that's how it goes. Luckily, they're a very tight-knit community, and so it's not like some random troll got elected. He's been streaming for years now and has some like really regular viewers like we do. And no, we will not be electing a prime minister of chat here. I am clearly the oligarch, the tyrant, perhaps. All right, let me go get the new poll going so we can have our runoff election. And I don't want to say anything lest I skew the votes. Oh, I'm also curious. You have to tell me in a moment here. I'm curious if the results are randomly ordered or if they go in at the exact same order I put it in. Because the one thing I know about survey design is the answers must be random, except with the Likert scale. Is that right? It's not that. All right, typing. Is that how you spell that word? Exclamation point. Okay. I used an exclamation point in one of the answers. All right, so there you go. Poll has begun once more. Please vote again. Sure would appreciate it. And if a few of you would mention which is first and which is second, or just which is first is fine. The order I put them in is how you see them always. So the first one for you is... Okay, everyone is saying that nothing is first. So yeah, that's, I don't know, is that unfortunate? Does that matter? Should I write a message to partner support at twitch.tv and tell them they need to change that? Nothing is first, something is nothing? Ugh! I'm not willing to do metaphysics on stream today. Alright, it's very close indeed. An absolute tie. Oh, is this the part where we do this thing? Where people now vote to maintain the tie? I have seen this nonsense before, and I think I saw some larger streamers actually discussing this a few weeks back, saying there should be a way to suppress the results of the vote until the vote is done, so that viewers don't just attempt to maintain 50-50 always. If it's tied, you can get both. Emote slots are valuable, unfortunately. We only have so many of them, and each one is well selected based on what people what people really want in this channel. And that's why we have important emotes that are regularly used, like Resorty Cute, which basically only I use. So... yeah, I mean, we could at some point have like a grand remeasuring of the emotes and figure out which ones are actually nice, which ones actually people want. What are you electing? Either nothing or exclamation points. Choose based on that alone. No, it's about what kind of punctuation should the What kind of punctuation should the shame emote have? And there you go, friends. Nothing has won. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Looks like nothing is winning, unfortunately. And one on the way, you refuse to accept the results. Oh, gosh. We can't vote over and over and over again. We can't vote over and over again, unfortunately. The mods are rebelling. I'm sorry, friends. No one gets more sway in this channel. Everyone is one person, one vote. Now, if you all start creating bots to vote, that will cause something interesting. Can you vote if you're gonna vote again? All right, look here, you. Look here, you. We'll try with just shame over the course of next weeks and months. If you're interested in perhaps seeing some emotes with modification, let me know. But I suspect this will be a happy memory of the time that we voted for how the emote should look. Perfect. Okay, what else do I have to share with you? I have two other things to share with you. One's a cute little story, and one is a decision we as a community need to make. It's not a big deal, don't you worry. But the story is this. It's a cute story about teaching. So as you all know, I'm teaching here in Japan for the first time, and oftentimes people will eat between classes, which is awesome. No problem. I prefer if they don't eat during class because the mouth sounds are often very distracting for people. But the Japanese students especially will come into the classroom to eat. The American students tend to stay in the hall to do so. I don't really care at all. But before class, every single day, I go in and I write on the board my outline. This helps me stay on track with how I'm teaching, and also lets the students see what topics we're going to cover, in what order, so they're able to better structure their notes. So I give them this outline and they can fill in topics as we go, which is great and good. On the third day of class, way back weeks and weeks ago, after writing my outline, I just spun around to look at the classroom and immediately locked eyes with a Japanese woman who was eating some crackers. And she looked away so quickly when this happened. And I said, no, it's fine. I don't mind your eating at all, etc., etc. And since then, we've had this happen probably 15 times, 10 times like that, where I'll just spin around and she's right there eating her sandwich. And every time she's like looked away, laughed a little bit, and it's become like a sort of running joke between the two of us. But yesterday, is that right? Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, when I spun around, made eye contact, she wasn't eating. Instead, she was holding some candy out for me. And it was the sweetest thing. It was the kind of food she would often eat herself, but she was holding it out for me to have. And so I walked over to her and I said, okay, let's share it. And we did. It was really nice. And we sat together, or I stood and she sat. I kind of like did my little squatting thing. And we just talked about things were going in the class and her life in general. And she's a student who's doing well enough. I think she's getting a B or something. And it was like a really sweet moment for a student that initially was terrified with me. Absolutely terrified. So, yeah, I like these growth stories very much. It always feels good when the students get over the fact that I am their professor. First steps towards poisoning the professor? No. If I die, you know who it was. It's a Japanese student. Yep, Japanese woman who is just so demure in class discussions. She will only offer her opinion if I call her out directly. If I not call her out, but say, hey, what do you think? Using her name and so on. And even if I do that, she will say, oh, I don't know. And so I'll say, okay, I'm going to come back to you in 2 minutes. And so I'll go to some other student or tell a story myself and then go back to her. And then she's willing to offer her position, which, as I said before, if I were having to take a class in a language that is not my native language, it would be difficult. But I'm really impressed with the way she's coming to open up more. And I expect if you're here throughout the next few years, you'll hear a lot of stories like these about students who are incredibly tightly protective, not want to be vulnerable, a little scared, gradually blossoming like a flower. Isn't that sweet? All right, cool. Last thing to discuss before we get into today's material, and thank you all for the very sweet Very sweet comments. Yeah, it's a nice story. Nice story. Last thing, I got an offer this morning to play a game for money, and it's a game I've never heard about, and a company I've not worked with before. So usually I would just pull up the game on my own and look at it and decide, is it worth playing? But I decided let's do it together today, and we'll decide if the game's worth a stream. To be crass about it, the amount of money they're offering is not so overwhelmingly much that I have to do this. It's more like, if it's a fun game, if we find it appealing, we'll do it. If not, we won't. And so, welcome to a further moment of democracy in which we'll discuss what kind of game we want on stream. The game is called Beyond Contact, Raid Shadow's Legend. That's right, welcome to the latest and greatest of cell phone games with your friend Resorty. Beyond Contact. All right, let me go pull this up. Our Steam store from yesterday. And I know nothing about this game at all, so what is it? Alright, looks like a space adventure game. Uh-oh, mixed reviews. 67% of the user reviews are positive. That's above 0, that's pretty good. A fiercely formidable sci-fi survival game set in a hostile alien world that wants you dead. Alone or with a crew, do you have what it takes to survive? So it released year and a half ago, it looks like, and adventure, open world survival. I wonder if my playing Raft did that. Dredge tomorrow, real life it's true. Dredge is coming out very, very soon. I think we're gonna play this Monday of next week, though I'm not sure on that. All right, early access, blah blah blah. Beyond Contact is a fiercely formidable survival game inspired by the art and style of pulp science fiction comics, the moral dilemmas, I like that, of contemporary science fiction films, and the unforgiving gameplay of survival genre classics. Taking place on the often mysterious and always deadly procedurally generated alien world of Kettern. Beyond Contact features exploration and discovery, a robust system of research and crafting, intuitive base building and defense, farming and creature feeding, narrative-driven objectives to save the inhabitants of the planet, and enough flora, fauna, extreme weather, and environmental hazards to kill even the toughest players 1,000 times over. And trust us, if the planet gets the chance, it will. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. I gotta say, this sentence kept going. Is this like a paragraph as a sentence? Yeah, I see no periods. It's just a tremendous amount of like, this is happening, and you will be destroyed. Alright, in the year 2766, Quinn Hicks, an elite member of Space Corps, the expeditionary arm of the UWC, is called in to respond to a growing crisis at the edge of known space. The planet of Kettern is breaking apart, it is like Kettering indeed. A yet unknown energy source emanating from the planet's interior is threatening the civilization that calls Kettern home. And that is the story. Oh, it's not actually. I'm guessing this is in fact gameplay. And so you see someone running around and sonic boom! Or is that a whip? They're carrying a whip and I believe slapping people with the whip. Dynamic 3D engine. Yeah, unfortunately with the rotating camera, it's very difficult to tell how the game's actually played. And if it's just like when you're idle, the camera goes around you. Not sure. Space Corps equipment. Wait, I saw an inventory screen here. Okay. Is this similar to No Man's Sky? Base building also. Alright, so it's a different perspective than like Satisfactory, but it looks kind of like Satisfactory there. Narrative-driven quests and factional alien NPC. Developing world. Let's look at the reviews, I guess. Based on just this, I think I am comfortable saying one stream would sure be fun. One stream would be a-okay, and we'll see. Now, here come the reviews. So far, a pretty decent survival game. The graphics are decent and the audio design is pretty high quality. The characters are voice acted and there are campaign missions to follow along the story. The progression tiers are similar to other games where your crafting is limited by current tier, starting from usual basic equipment. Is this a game where I have to cut down trees and mine to advance? We played that, is it a vampire game? Was it a vampire game? And it's one where I died with all the wolves. I died with all the wolves, and yeah, V Rising, that was one of them. And then Valheim was another one. I enjoy this kind of game. I do not enjoy streaming them though, after a certain point, because I just need to stand here and dig. There's nothing to talk about. And so at some point my commentary becomes tink, tink, tink. Will they give me a free key for the game? Yeah, free key, and they're gonna pay for it if so. Yeah, good thing no digging option not included. So it's not that I despise digging. It's if I feel as if I have to just focus on something that is repetitive, after a while I go, man, I know how to do this to enjoy this. If we were instead watching like a YouTube video or talk to my wife, no problems. That's how it went. I know you're joking. I must take it all seriously though. It's the only way how things go. No time to dawdle, auction and food, etc. Fast pace. As of right now, the start of the game makes you move around a lot to find stuff. The absolute spam of random materials need to be placed in a chest. Yet the base seems anti to the game's focus on keeping on the move. So it's trying to do two things at once, apparently. I can do crosswords while digging. Maybe? I don't think I could, unfortunately. But a lot of decent ideas, it's unique, etc, etc. Festiva, thanks for the resub, friend. How's it going, my friend? Almost 2 years, my goodness. Festiva, thanks for being here, sincerely. The summation, I thought the game is well polished. There's always a little bit of why do they make it so cumbersome to do this, slapped on the cake. Controls intuitive, etc, etc. Still though, the price of the game is decent. I've not played far enough to get a proper feel of the endgame. So a few of you have mentioned that the 1.0 release is coming pretty soon. I'm guessing that's why the developers are offering streamers free keys, etc. Alright, so these are the most helpful overall reviews. How do I look at the negative reviews? Bump, bump, bump. Alright, most helpful negative. The game looks good, and that's all I can say about it. Whoa! Is this what's often phrased damning with faint praise? I think so. There are some bugs, a couple of them broke my gameplay, but that's the least of concerns. Characters are silly, dialogues feel like they're written by a teenager. I don't like reading this. I feel like a horrible person reading this. Quests are organized in very peculiar and poorly explained. Wait, quests are organized in very peculiar way and poorly explained. Progress comes from new blueprints you unlock by researching, but the order you get them makes no sense. I'd unlocked plenty of blueprints which I could not build for a very long time, because I was missing either some device which I did neither have nor could research it, or some resource which I could not obtain until much later on. So for most of the game I was running around with basic gear I built in the beginning. With that I had to fight much stronger enemies in very clunky combat. It's hard to say get good noob, is that what one says here? I think so. Important to say that combat is critical in the game, and almost everything is stronger than the main character, so I would expect the combat to be a much smoother experience, which it is not. Moreover, there is a sudden and very poorly explained difficulty spike, where after a couple of days much of the stage, and everywhere I had to go was constantly either in blizzard or in snowstorm, or both. What made combat almost impossible with basic gear. Hey, Old Canuck! How's it going, OC? Hoping you have a good day, hope things are going well for you. Are you playing some video games, having a good time? I sure do hope so, friend. A pleasure to see you. From time to time, we have a viewer come in whose username is DriveByDadJokes. And every time they make a dad joke, I think of you, OC. Thanks again for the resub. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. All in all, a pretty poor experience. Quality of graphics is very good, sound quality is good, but the whole quality of gameplay, like quests, progress, combat, and world building is either silly, poorly organized, or simply not well communicated. So I have mixed feelings around the title, but for now, just to pick it up once most of the issues are ironed out. And even then, this title seems rather targeted at a younger audience. Sounds perfect! Alright, of course it's a little bit unfair to use early access reviews to review a finished product game being released. What's the date on that? 28th of January. So, a bit ago. We can go to most recent. Okay, terrible name. The game felt fascinating at first. After a bit, the world is eaten up and the base constantly gets attacked with weak defense mechanisms. After my base was destroyed, it was very discouraging. It's been a year since I bought it, still can't play, get stuck on loading, fine. Mostly stressful experience, even on easiest modes. Inventory nonsensically and artificially limited. Characters won't shut up about obvious things, like the sun sets every day. Weapons are useless. I'm so sorry. Like I said, I know someone worked very hard on this, and so I think these kinds of like hyperbolic commentaries just feel ridiculous to read. Oh my goodness. I think this is the one that will really annoy me. Like, if it's the case that the characters talk loudly and can't be muted or quieted at least, it'll be hard for me to stream it, of course. But sure, we'll give it a day and see how it goes. Look out for that one in early April. It'll be a treat. That's what I'm gonna say. Alright, thank you for going through that with me. Unless you all have like any strong arguments against, if you're willing to tolerate it for one stream, my bank account sure would appreciate it. And maybe it'll be a fun time too. We'll see. Okay, enough of that. Thank you for talking to me for the past, golly gosh, more than an hour today. Hour and 15 minutes or so we've been live. And it's now time to move to our game of the day. The game of the day is, have you heard it before? The game of the day is called Oxygen Not Black Screen. Oxygen Not... Behold! There we go. Had to say behold, got it exactly. This is something I'm forgetting to do. So for my broadcast program to catch the game, they both have to be maximized at the same time. And I always open the game before stream, but I never remember to maximize it. So you gotta see the black screen behold every day. Someday I will be a good streamer, and on that day, we'll all be very, very confused. Alright friends, we got 20 minutes until the ad break, 20 minutes until the first crossword of the day, which I'm looking forward to. But between now and then, let's see what progress we can get done on our ongoing, never-ending, Oxygen Not Included base. Yesterday, we surely made some gigantic improvements. Yesterday, everything is going the right direction. I remember something wasn't working quite right, but I have absolutely no idea what's going on. So we'll figure out very quickly. I know I want to work on making a natural gas room, which we did start yesterday. That has to be the top priority today. So our natural gas geyser is going to turn back on again soon. Hey, Game Merchant. Early April, you say. Yep, we're doing the April 1st stream. I'm not sure which day. Well, tomorrow is April 1st here. And then the day after that's usually my stream day off. So I think tomorrow... Is that right? Oh gosh, I haven't even thought about this. I think tomorrow, my friends, will be the yearly April 1st stream. A day early for you all, but that's the way I can make it work. So if you've not seen the April 1st stream, you're gonna love it. Good. Let's unpause for a moment to let the game catch on up. One thing that happened at the end of stream last time is we actually realized that we were, with the two sieves here, the two setups left and right, we were cleaning the water faster than we were producing dirty water. And while that's awesome in general, it also raises a big problem. The big problem is that we're pumping out literally all of the water. And because of that, we're getting germs in the pipe at the beginning between here and here. So I'm going to turn you off entirely. And that will stop for a minute. And then we'll figure out very quickly. I know I want to work on making a natural gas room, which we did start yesterday. That has to be the top priority today. So for my broadcast program to catch the game, they both have to be maximized at the same time. And because of that, we're getting germs in the pipe at the beginning between here and here. So I'm going to turn you off entirely. And that will stop for a minute. In a moment, this will all be fully backed up. And when that happens, we can just turn this off entirely by cutting. Cutting here actually is the correct call. If we cut, go ahead. If we cut here, good. So then all the water will run down this way. And I think that this setup will work such that we won't get a huge backup. Though we'll see. Maybe we need to have like 1.5 of these functioning. I'm not sure though. Okay. This is now almost fully germ-free. Good. I do not want to let it out until we have all of this dealt with also. So I'm going to turn you on fully again. That will then pump out all the water on this side. And gosh, there's not terribly much. And unfortunately, because of the way it was set up previously, the water here is germy also. So once again, I may end up pumping all of my clean water through the dirty water supply. This time, luckily, we have enough clean water that we'll be able to keep some behind and not go completely dehydrated as we did before. Okay. So, burning down those germs there. Yeah, recirculating this water is the way to go. Because don't look too closely. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. The numbers are going down now. Sort of. Yeah, yesterday we had a beautiful moment. I said, oh, we have no germs at all in the water. Let's keep it that way. And then we came back perhaps an hour later, and it was up to about 1,000. And then we came back at the end of stream about 6,000. So hopefully the numbers continue going down. I think they will. Gotta believe, gotta believe. Also, we have a little hospital. You said it couldn't be done, but we do actually have a functional hospital here. And the great joy of that is if people get ill, there is now a place for them to go and get to feeling a little bit better. We'll make one of the apothecary before too long, so we can also make medicine, distribute the medicine from here as well. Also, these old sinks should almost certainly be turned into new sinks. We'll get to that in a tad. Okay, back to chlorination room. I didn't turn this off entirely. So hopefully it's the case that this water was mostly degermified. Not quit. Not quit. So I actually don't know. When there are very few germs remaining, do they get pumped out first or last? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so this is all non-functional right now. And I'm going to turn this off entirely, which will stop this from using power. And then once the last bit's cleared out here, which is going gradually, we'll then do the same. And so all of the water from down below is not going up, it's only going down this way. Great. What is not great is that our food amount continues going down. And yesterday we turned our non-hydroponic room into a hydroponic room. And so only now are we getting this totally up and going again. Some of you know the calculation of how many bristle blossoms you need for 18 people. I suspect it's the case that it's more than this, but I'm not entirely sure on that. So we'll see. We're going to kill a couple of sage hatches just to ensure we have some food coming in. And these will continue as coal also, because the critter feeder is full of meal mice, which are a little bit stale, but would also do get consumed by the hatches to keep on having a good time. On the other side here, we have only 2 normal hatches. I'm considering getting rid of those and turning this room also into a sage hatch room, because they are more efficient. Oh, didn't we say yesterday, though, that meal lice is actually not super good for these, because it's such a small amount consumed? We talked about instead moving over to what? We had a long discussion. Was it dirt? I don't know. Do I want that number? Sure, people guy. If you know the number, I'm certain that 18 people need a lot more than just what we have here. So sure. What's the number? How many bristle blossoms? Apparently 3 plants per dupe. Well, okay. So 3, 6, 9. Oh, we only have 17 actually, not 18. 3, 6, 9. That's 3 dupes. 4th dupe. 5th dupe. 6th dupe. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a little bit. Okay, so make one more room like this, we should be fine. Pardon me. Okay, so maybe we'll add one more room somewhere, ideally right here, I guess, and then we can move the hatch farm somewhere else. That'd be lovely. Also, I don't think you heard it, but one of the sound dampening pads just fell off the wall. As I mentioned, they're falling off one by one by one, and I'm putting them back up with new, fresh adhesive as they do. So I'll do that after stream for sure. We'll get to that in a little bit. Back to the chlorine room, where I believe this is pumped out now. Great. And so both of these get turned off fully. And we're going to ignore this room for now. But I am going to begin recirculating at least some of this water through here. So to do that, we'll want to connect between these two. It won't take all the water, but it'll take some of the water. And I want a bridge to ensure that this line is fed first. Now, with that said, all that runs is coal skimmers, so we can 50-50 no problem. This might cause confusion on the right line. Nope, no confusion, luckily. Some confusion, unfortunately. Some confusion. So nothing is going this way at all. And the reason for that is probably that there's there's only one path it should be going. I think right here, if I add a bridge, it'll work okay. Hopefully. Hopefully that will work. All right. And then we want to go ahead and do a... We actually don't even need a quick cut, do we? Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay. So that's backing up. That's fine. Someone's going to make this already. Pay is on the way. I like how characters' names rhyme with what I'm trying to do. All right, back on that soon. We have more printables. What do we get? Oh, look at this. We have 2 more bristle blossoms just hanging out right there. I could plant more bristle blossoms right here and make them hydroponic. Might be nice. Pinch pepper seeds. No meeps. Seeds, thank you. The bridge was made, and it is working the way we want. So it's greedily taking everything this way now. Though this is still 50-50ing here, so the area below will stay full. And that is indeed going to the... Okay. It doesn't work quite how I thought it would work. It's fine. It's functional good. So I thought that this line went all the way up to the cleansing room, but no, it actually just gets dumped into the dirty water pile and then pumped into the good water pile. Fine. Fine, that will work. No questions, Your Honor. All good here. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And then the big work we're doing right now is this room here, rather. This room here is kind of sort of set up for whenever the natural gas geyser next erupts. It's not perfect. I want to continue doing some work, but it's on the way at least. One thing I want to do is that we are get down here and dig this out so we can continue dripping our polluted water below. Does it mean that bad water is going to get into the good water? No. What's being pumped out here, including the good water, does indeed go all the way up to the chlorine cleansing room. So it's just taking an extra step to get there, but it will all get there eventually. So I think we'll be free of germy water, maybe? Hopefully, hopefully. Hey, Dago, how's it going, my friend? Emu-like bird, good to see you also. Emu-like bird, you always greet me by saying, hey, bud. I think you're the only person who calls me bud in the entire world, and I don't mind it. I wouldn't like it if everyone starts doing it. This is the part where everyone chat types, hey, bud, I'm sure. But thank you. Thank you for saying hello with a unique greeting. It feels good, feels good. Okay, so this thing here is made of steel. That's great. This thing here is also made of steel. Yes, yes. And the reason why, thank you all, hey to you buds also, is because the gas mount is very, very warm. And we do worry a bit about heat issues here. Yesterday I talked about trying to run cold brine pass here to cool it down. I would like to do that still, but not super urgent. I'm gonna force one of my researchers to go start investigating this thing. It's not super hot in there right now. Unfortunately, they have only oxygen masks here, so they're not gonna be able to not have natural gas in their eyes, which I don't know. I don't know what it is to have concentrated natural gas in one's eyes. It sounds genuinely terrible, but we'll see. Axix, I do not like that one. I do not mean to say that everyone needs to have their own personal greeting, and some of you call me T-Bone, and some of you call me Big Dog. This is not what I'm saying. I'm saying I appreciate the organically created greeting that Ebu has come up with, not the not the nicknames that have been created only to enrage me and confuse me. I'm on to your shtick, all of you. On to your shtick. Yo, Tie Man. I mean, feels weird. Feels weird. Okay, I'm gonna put another storage bin down here. Actually, all the way down. And it'll be just for slime, and it'll be highest priority. That will ensure that some slime is dropped here as well. Because the other slime buckets are up towards the middle of the base, and I don't want people taking slime along all the way through the base, ideally. So we will hold off on digging that one for the moment. And these all get done soon. Good to good. Is a researcher on the way? Unreachable! Okay. I believe that is because of oxygen mask availability. Almost certainly. Yeah, we've been saying for a while we might need to add more oxygen masks, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Okay, I said earlier it might be a good idea to have more bristle blossoms here. Now, is there water running through here already? There is. What kind of water is it? So some of it's clean water and some is dirty. I want to change these two pipelines. This is normal water coming from desalination. It's pretty darn cold, isn't it? 10 degrees. All right, what's the minimum temperature for bristle blossoms? 5 degrees. So if we use 10-degree water to cool them or care for them, that's a-okay. But it needs to be clean water, I'm almost certain. They need to have irrigation, must be water, not polluted. Good to know, good to know. So how do we do this? Okay, I'm gonna make a cut here and here. That will allow me to pump out the dirty water in this line. Oops. Simultaneously, the clean water deliverer, and make a cut here. Okay. We can then connect this way. Load back, no problem. Hey, Odatoda! How's it going, my friend? 1 full year of subbing. Thank you for that. What do I like to see from a student asking for a letter of recommendation? I'll tell you like the funny story first, and I'll give you a serious answer. So years and years ago, I was at a philosophy conference for a really major philosopher. Oh, there's an ad coming. Got a minute to tell the story. For a really major philosopher, and it was a very awkward conversation in which someone who had like one conversation with him asked him for a letter of recommendation. And he said, the only recommendation I can offer to you is, of the many people I've ever spoken to, you are one. So most important thing is that you have an actual relationship with a person. You've done well with them. Ideally, they should know something about you other than your grade. That's hard. So curriculum vitae or resume, as well as a letter of purpose. Why are you applying to this thing? Why does it matter? And then a description of what you're applying to. So like a call for applications, whatever. Hope that helps. I can answer more in a little bit. But friends, in 10 seconds, an ad's coming. Thank you for those of you watching the ad break. For the rest of you, it is time for the first round of today's crossword puzzle. Welcome, friends, to today's universal crossword, Josh Crockroft. This is not a person I know, and so I am not entirely sure their puzzle solving and puzzle creating quality, but let's see how it goes. Oh yeah, we gotta go to emote only mode. Thank you all for immediately beginning to use only emotes. Jack, thanks for getting that. Man, Jack, I appreciate you. Friends, it's mod appreciation day around here. We gotta appreciate the mods. Alright, back to this. Good. What do we got? Many New Haven trees. So, I know that like a tree that's common in the Founding is elms and oaks. I believe that Connecticut is an elm place, so I'm not sure on that. Let's see what we can do off of that. So down then here is Amazon speaker. Oh, it's the Echo. Yeah, so elms is right, oaks is not. Money to repay, that's a loan. Aussie pal. My apologies, it's a mate. Good day, mate. Artery insertion. I think that's a stent, though I'm not certain on that. So the cross here is paint layer. It is a coat of paint. Good. We work off hate if possible. Binge out of spite. So this has a star on it, which means it's probably related to some other clue. I know that some of my students talk about watching shows they dislike, and they call it hate watching. They watch it to make fun of it usually. Below that we have without variety. That's one note, no doubt. We then go to the down here. Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone means like give me a clue or tell me something I don't know. I'm not sure what the word is here. Digit shown by a flip-flop. I thought of digit initially as a number. So the digit is a toe, tiny little toe. Throw me a bone. Wood? No, something may be wrong in here. We'll see. So anything more, what else is what they're going for there? Anything more, what else? Assign stars to. Assign stars to. I can imagine that being like gold stars for doing well on something, but I'm not sure on that. So crosses. Legal order, that's a writ. Writs are legal orders. And then Maui's blank highway. I have no idea. Assign stars to. Rate, so like on Yelp or a movie critic rates with stars. Pixar's Monsters, Inc. Never seen it. French Polynesian island. Is that Tahiti? So I'm going to say it's Hana Highway. I don't know if that's true at all. So if this thing is all wrong, that's a place I'll go back to and see what's up. Tahiti is a place. Tahini is a sauce. Oh, this one's too easy. The most important thing this person has done is write a book called A Promised Land. So were this not an easy puzzle, it would not have the name at the end there. Author Barack Obama. Probably the only Barack that most of us know at all. Yeah, if it just said A Promised Land author, I would know it, but a lot of people probably wouldn't. One up intellectually. Out something possibly, I'm not sure though. Feature of a sunny day. Brightness possibly. Blue sky seems more likely though. Actress Chlumsky. Is this an Anna? This may be an Anna, though I'm not sure on that. Gravely injure. Maim is gravely injure. Curved shapes. Arcs. Good. Let's see what we can do up in the part we skipped past before. Relating to a forearm bone. That's ulnar of the ulna. Oops. Can't type. Ancient Roman garment. You might think it's the toga. No, it's the tunic. And yes, indeed, it is out something. And I think this is Anna with an A, not Anne. Let's see. Pant measurements. Surely inseams. And so, yeah, Anna was correct. That is Anna Chlumsky. Something like that. And so I'll remember that for the future. One up intellectually. Could be outshine, possibly. Let's see if that is. Oh, outsmart. Outsmart actually seems a lot better than shine. All right, cross here. Parts of molecules. Those are atoms, surely. And then we'll fill this one in and take a break. Nomination informally. That's giving someone the nod. All right, and with that, we got a third of the puzzle done or so in our first ad break. Thank you for hanging out and watching it. Thank you for enjoying my fun. Thank you, Pepper, for disabling the emote only. Pepper, I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out with us as we do that. Gotta say, it's my new favorite part of the stream. So let's go ahead and put that away for now, and then get back to our daily dose of Oxygen included. Loving crossword, thank you. Loving it too, for sure. Anytime I change the stream in a big way, I always think like, man, people have been here a long time, will be so confused. Why are we doing this? But this one's working pretty well. Scrabble versus Chatwen. As I mentioned on stream yesterday, I'm actually not good at Scrabble competitively. I really enjoy. I really enjoy the idea of Scrabble. And I like words, but when it comes to like thinking about how these words be played for maximum points, it never works out for me, unfortunately. I made a slight oopsie doopsie here. I'll actually need to change this a little bit. So I want to cut here again. I want to destroy that, which will drop water. Let's not destroy it, but instead go ahead and pump out from there, I think. Nope, from there, I think. Oh, because it's not flowing, the water will not move over to help out. So we need to go ahead and mark all of these to plumba. And then when that's done, we're going to destroy both of these. Or, better yet, we can actually save these two. And then... Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I just want to reverse where the pipes are running. So we need to have a jump here. This is a jump to the down. And then this pipe, the dirty pipe, connects this way. And that's flowing now into the clean water. I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, so we're going to jump back down here. What do you want to bet by the end of this thing? I've definitely put dirty water into the main bucket. Almost guaranteed. Okay, and then this goes to here. And we want to connect over to this clean water, correct? That's dirty water. This is clean water, yes. So the clean water runs just straight through here, where it will... That's a dirty output. So we'll need to cut at this point, which ensures that the water feeds the plants. Good. Okay. We'll need to connect this back to here as well. 50-50ing is fine. It shouldn't need that much water. So we'll go up to there instead and remove that. And then the dirty water... This part's slightly spaghetti-ish in a way I wish it weren't. I think that will do what we want to do. I think. We may need a bridge to force movement here, but we'll see in a little bit once it's all built. Fingers crossed. That's definitely unreachable there, so we're going to make a little ladder. And it should all be reachable from there, I think. Okay, good luck, good stuff. The natural gas research has not yet begun. So my researchers keep saying it's unreachable. And hopefully that's not true. But we now have this box down here. Almost the box down here. The box, in fact, is still unreachable. So put that there. They can then get down there and make that. Good. Let's dig in a little bit more. I don't want to connect these two buckets yet, because I don't remember how much polluted water comes out. Like I know there's a number we can look at, but I don't remember how it piles up past that. And we need to have a smart battery on this also to ensure that they don't run eternally when the power grid is full. Speaking of which, time to begin linking these together with the fancies. I'm going to use iron, I think. I have a lot of it. Though gold is more attractive, isn't it? Iron's fine. Okay. And then we want to connect this to this. And the easiest way to do that is just go straight up, but that is piercing through abyss light. I'd prefer not to do that. So, we're going to be piercing abyss light somewhere. So with that in mind, I actually will just go up right here. And we'll need to add a joint plate there. Do believe. Or we can just go straight. Why do I like this spot here? I guess because the heavy wire is pretty close by already. I'm not sure. So upsy daisy, one over. Okay. Need to have ladders to help with that also. I think that's all reachable then. And then joint plate here will go there after the one's removed. We'll have one more heavy wire. Looks good. Okay, hopefully that gets made. Hopefully that works out. I think it is the case that we're not having anyone come research. Now, it seems to be the case I have no one on job 1 researching. But possibly Pei is going to do other things, and then by the time Pei wants to go research, there's no mask availability. So let me look at our grand pile of skills and see who are our best researchers. Is Pei actually the only one? I'm the only one? Yeah, that's the case actually. So you are researcher-in-chief, doing astronomy and all the rest. It would probably make sense to promote someone else into a research role, but I don't think anyone has a great desire. No one wants to spend their nose, or have their days with a nose in the book when there's such lovely things to be doing instead. Yeah, so the next person I want to pick up from the dupe producer is most likely a researcher. Yeah, seeing no love. Okay, because of that, we're going to move Pei's priorities. When Pei does her work all week long, you know what happens? Payday. Sorry. What's Pei's favorite day of the week? Payday. I love it. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a subscription to our community. Grom Mash, do enjoy the emotes, the freedom from ads, and the ability to see some crossword puzzles. I know that's why you all sub to this channel. More crossword puzzles, more good. Anonymous, sincerely thank you for the generosity. I'm glad you're enjoying our auction not included adventures. Oh, now that as the kids say, so by building this mesh tile here actually made it possible for us to get to this room. So my earlier comment about Pei not being able to get there because it's not high enough work priority, nope, she can't walk through slime. Isn't there an old Garth Brooks song about that? Like walking through slime without blinking, standing beside the what rhymes with fire chute? Oh, who knows? I worry Nom's in the other room and heard that joke, and she's like, Resorty? That's not a funny joke. Resorty is good people tune in and spend time.
Wait, what is happening?
Hello, Noms. Hello, Nom.
I heard my name, but I didn't hear what was said before. That's not a funny joke.
It's good to see you, Noms. Yeah, so...
It's not a funny joke.
It's not possible for the dupes to walk through this. And I said what we were hoping for is that they could walk through slime without blinking, standing beside the... And I couldn't come up with anything that rhymed with fire. It's a Garth Brooks song, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a funny joke, is it?
I mean, if Garth Brooks is on here and he appreciates this, then...
Oh, mire! That's good. Right, because it's like a swampy area. Or to walk through slime without blinking when you're standing beside the mire. Oh, perfect. Mire, also a very good grocery store back in the U.S.
Yeah, with a J. Meyer with a J.
Yeah, I think so. Mejer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's starting to get funny. If I just keep saying it, it will become funny.
Yeah, just don't explain it.
But if I don't explain it, then I'm always worried that like half the viewers say, I am European. Tell us more about Europop.
I thought the part that we're thinking about in the Garth Brooks song is, life is not tried, it is merely survived if you're standing beside the mod.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, Noms, are you here to appreciate the mods? It is, in fact, Mod Appreciation Day on Twitch. Yeah. So
I greatly appreciate the mods.
you look straight at the camera and say, mods, I appreciate you.
I thought you meant like modification mods.
Yes. The video game mods are fully appreciated in this channel. That's great.
I thought because you usually don't play with mods. I'm like, oh, are we using mods today and we're supposed to appreciate them?
No, absolutely not. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes, we appreciate the mods who are sitting here scurrying about, keeping people from saying bad things. And,
Keep them in line.
and keeping the bots from being botty.
That's great. Yeah, absolutely
like
right. Absolutely right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for joining me in this truly sincere appreciation of the mods.
Yeah. In the podcast that I listen to on their Discord channel, they don't have. Is it Discord channel or is it on their Facebook site? They don't have moderators. They have noderators because it's a sleep podcast.
Oh, like nodding off. That's nice. I was about to say, are you actually active on someone else's Discord, but not on our Discord? But
I
no.
mean, I'm on like 6 Discords.
And you chat in.
Just yours.
I would say none of them. I think you're like.
Yours?
You do chat.
I say things?
You do say things.
Oh my gosh. This is empty.
Honestly though, but mods. Before we get back to the game, when I read like it's Mod Appreciation Day, I said to myself, I know I'm gonna want to be ironic about this appreciation. I can't do that, and now here I am being ironic about the appreciation.
Where did this idea come from?
Oh,
is
so,
this new?
Twitch sent out an email.
Yeah. But where did Twitch come up with this idea?
Apparently, it's been around for a couple years. Though I myself did not know about it before today.
Why March 30th?
I don't know why March 30th. It's just a day. It's just a day.
Isn't every day mod appreciation
That's
day?
what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, I said that every day is so we don't have a special day.
Yeah, this is starting to feel like Administrative Assistants Day, and then they created Bosses Day, so are we now supposed to create like Twitch Streamer Day?
That's right. Tomorrow, Twitch Streamer Appreciation Day. Yeah, Noms is deeply, deeply cynical about these things. Oh, it is March 29th in Twitch country. That's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It is. It's the only
329. Yeah, I don't get it.
329. Yeah, it's probably just a selected day. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I hate Bosses.
Do people wish you Happy Bosses Day?
I used to get things on Bosses Day.
Did you bring those things home for me to eat?
Probably.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
It's very awkward. Like, why?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like it either at all, but that's how it
like
goes.
it.
All right, Klaus. I'll read your joke, and then Noms gotta go away. That's what I've said.
I have to go away then?
You have to go away then. Did I know that Jesus was an avid member of the Galilean crew team? He really enjoyed it most of the time. By the end, he got a little tired. He was rowing so much, even all the way up to his death. And then 3 days later, he rose again. Klaus, thank you much indeed for the generous joke. That's the content you come here for. Hey, 4Com, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday, 4Com. For sure.
329.
Yeah. Did I know that Peruvian...
In the non-Twitch country. Oh, like in
Japan.
330 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Happy birthday, future me. Yeah.
Did I know that Peruvian owls always hunt in pairs? They are in cahoots. That's good. All right, very good. Hello, Ferdinand. It's good seeing you. Okay, I'm gonna put my arm over here and begin playing the game again.
I'm always so tired after these Zoom meetings.
I mean, you can stay if you want to. I don't mind.
I'm so tired.
I'm sorry, Noms.
Oh,
Do you
sleep.
have more meetings today, or can you like stay home and work here?
I have.
All right. Well, I'm glad.
When is the...
Bye, Noms. Have a good day. I appreciate you. Happy Noms Appreciation Day. Axix, thank you so much indeed for the generous gift up to Wysane. One of our fine mods from back in the day. Unfortunately, he lives in Ireland and sleeps at normal person hours. So, that's how it's going. Hello, Distracted. Isn't it March 30th in Japan? So it's the end of mod support day and on with the Wild Wild West chat. That's right, that's right. No time for appreciating anyone. Only time for things back to normal. But yes, natural gas power actually is happening right now. My goals today are natural gas power. And then also, I would like to send someone through the teleporter. That is the goal for today. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to prioritize this because I prefer to keep the polluted oxygen down here. And it's flowing through very, very slowly. So that's going to be good to go. Normal sleep hours sounds nice. Yeah, I'm really impressed. So for a while there, she was staying up in the middle of the night to mod and hang out and so on. But I think we started at like, what, midnight in Ireland? Maybe a little earlier than that. But yeah, she's sleeping normal hours, working in the daytime, and I'm glad for her because I think it was a bit of a drag on her to be awake all night every night hanging out with us. All right. So this is Marcus Slime. I'm going to keep checking this is Marcus Slime. Alright, it is Marcus Slime. It is the nearest number 9 slime vessel. And hopefully that will get filled up nicely. That's right. It's going to call it a slime vessel. I decided that's the right phrase for it. Remove another layer there. And it should drip down now. Good stuff. I'm hoping that analyzation still unreachable. Oh, this is too far of a jump. Wait, the dupes can get to here, but they can't jump over. That's exactly the issue. I think someone said this earlier, and I completely missed it. I completely missed that the dupes could not get to where I want them to go. I will find the way to get there eventually, I promise. And that will definitely do it. Cool. Other thing I want to add to this before we get natural gas going. Cooling line is the big one. And so we're going to have to run brine all the way over here. And that will be just fine. I would also like to have an area to store extraneous natural gas. Because I'd like to keep pumping as long as possible. As long as possible after the geyser stops. But to have buckets of very hot natural gas seems bad, and so cooling that with brine probably is the way to go. So. I mean, Marcus, so don't forget, natural gas is filtered on this one. Good. I put tanks on the mesh tiles? Possibly. I think the reason that I'm considering not putting the tanks here is because I might be able to add more natural gas generators. As of right now, that I know that 2 will definitely be supported, at least for the time it's erupting. I think can actually support 3.5. So I'm thinking of adding a third one. But I guess we could play it safe by just having the 2 going, and then have gas storage to keep them running after this turns off. That probably makes more sense. So yeah, let's definitely put the tanks here. That way they'll also be easier to keep good and clean. Why can't I go there? Oh, because there's no flooring here. We no longer need this ladder line down here. We can go to here instead. And then get rid of this one. Fine and dandy. No smart batteries yet. So actually I've attached this to this. Oh, I've attached the power line. I've not attached automation yet. Alamek, thanks for catching that. So I was planning to just plug it into this same smart battery line as the rest. How much can smart batteries hold? 20,000 joules. A lot of shininess. Maybe having separate smart batteries would be a better idea. But no, I think we can go ahead and connect these together. A bit of waste of materials, but you know, that's fine. But yeah, luckily these have not been running 24/7. Also we want a power control station down here probably. Hey Diggle, thank you for making me discover Anno 1800. You're having a good time. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. As I said before, my greatest joys is interesting people to games they did not know and that they have a good time playing. So, cool. Thank you for telling me that for sure. Pluto Auction's escaping. We have a bunch of these lovely deodorizers down at the bottom, but really none at the top at all. So we should probably add one, right here if possible. So let me throw a tile here. And we need to jump power up to there. Oh, as far as the Anno goes, I am planning to get back to it at some point. I think right now I have too many games that I'd like to get back to at some point. For example, I'm loving Oni. I always love Oni. And I'm going to play it for a week or so, and then come back to it after a couple weeks. But I kind of want to do that with Anno also. And I very much understand how one can get into the mode of just playing one game forever. Because it partially just simplifies the question of what should we play today. But it also, it's the only way to really get into the depth of it. A game like Anno or Oni, I feel like I need a lifetime to learn all the ins and outs and all the secret strategies and all the rest. And yeah, I don't know how one manages to pull that off. All right, let's add just standard tiles there and there. Cool. One game forever, like Hypnotoad. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely get into one game forever. I thought RimWorld would be that game, and it is in some measure. It is the one I'll never forget. But not long a lifetime for CK3. Yeah, I'm so excited for the next update on CK3. Right, the update on CK3 is gonna be so wonderful. Pay is working glorious. Because it's really gonna change a lot of how the mid to late game is played. And really change a lot of roleplay interactions also. So I'm over the moon excited to see how the CK3 update's going to go. And we'll definitely play it when it comes out. And it's one of these updates that's available to players for free, along with the update for the DLC. So the base game is changing what I think is a very cool and roleplay forward way. That really delights me. So, okay, while they're working on building here, have a ladder to hop up there. I'm going to... What am I going to do? I'm going to work on moving brine down there for cooling. Hey, real life. Any advice for the early game? You find it hard to keep up with everything going on, like carbon dioxide buildup and such. Sure. I'll give you a couple quick tips that I give everybody to your specific problem of carbon dioxide buildup. In the early game, I actually don't deal with it. I just dig down into a safe area and let it pool there. Carbon dioxide for me is always a future problem. There are some players who never deal with carbon dioxide. They just keep digging down farther and farther and dumping more and more carbon dioxide to the very bottom of the map. And then their bottom of the map is absolutely hellacious to look at. Eventually, though, I'll build these carbon skimmers with a pressure meter so they don't overheat themselves by pumping vacuums. But yeah, definitely it's the case that carbon dioxide, future problem. To your more general concern about there's so much going on, yes. Pick one little thing to work on. At this point, there's so much going on, I have no idea about any of it. And friend of the channel, Mumbleplug, said years ago, isn't it amazing how many thousands of things are happening in the game at once? Yes, it is amazing, and if I think about it, I love it. If I try to pay attention to it, I get completely overwhelmed. So very, very small projects, and let other things fall by the wayside, so long as they're not immediately going to cause the end of your base. So if you have no food and you're heading towards starvation, yes, pay attention to food. If you have no water, you need water, yes, pay attention to water. But if you're stable on something, accept that you're good enough for right now and move on to something else. I think part of what this game teaches is the ability to not multitask in the immediate, but instead multitask over a fairly long period, replacing one crisis with a new crisis over and over again. Those are some general thoughts at the beginning. The CO2 pit is a great idea, I think, and then also the other just ways to approach the game really helped me. When I first started playing the game myself, it was a feeling of, oh no, I have to do absolutely everything, and that's definitely a quick path to Crazyville. Okay, so we're talking about getting a brine line down here also. One potential concern I have is our one brine cooling area, while it's still running pretty well, I'm not sure how much more it can tolerate. Also, I worry this area down here is going to get pretty darn hot, as the gas coming through is pretty darn hot. These two pipes, not super important, not super good, but we'll see. Hey, happy to help, Hoax, for sure. If other people have like a good basic strategy you want to share with someone, feel free to put it in chat. Those of you who know the game pretty well. I don't think it's appropriate or good or useful to say like, what you must do is figure out the exact ratio between all things and have 14 electrolyzers for 15 people. This is true for like advanced gameplay, but when you're first starting, that kind of thing just feels like an absolute cudgel, right? Oh gosh, I'm not doing it right. What am I doing? But yeah, definitely there's like early game tips to offer a new player. Feel free to put them in chat if you want to. And I suspect at least some of these early game tips I myself will not know, and that'll be fun too. All right, let's get this up instead. I want to remove these ones, and that will let us make another one of these reservoirs. Okay, I'm gonna start from this end of things. You tried a few runs, got frustrated early game, just left it there. Yeah, this game definitely has a learning curve. This game is definitely one where it'll take a few attempts for really any player to understand what's going on and to do it themselves. I think that for a lot of people who are used to base builders and strategy games, the sense that, I can figure out most games right away. This is not one of those, definitely. And so frustration, I think, is like the default state for some players when they first start. Give yourself time. Forgive yourself. Accept that you will improve. That's pretty good. Tune usually filter out CO2 as part of your general air filtering, and then stair swim for the future. That makes sense. Absolutely. Get as much water as you can in a cistern. A cistern? You mean a bucket? Yeah, it's a really nice thing to be able to get tons of water from anywhere on the map here. Another good tip, another good early game tip is in the early game you will see things like this. Random polluted water. That water is actually safe because it's not germy. Water itself is not germy. Now in this case we have a bunch of slime lung. Don't you worry about that. Wait, why are we still going down here? I thought I sealed this door. Whoops. All good. But yeah, no, definitely random water you see, not a concern at all. You'll need to run it through a sieve to make it drinkable and usable. I know they don't drink, but yeah, don't be afraid of the polluted water on the map, though do keep an eye on the, temperatures. Because that will be the next big thing. Yeah, after you're someone who understands how to build and keep the colony alive, heat will then become a very interesting question. And, yeah. Yeah. Oh, heat. Oh, heat, we love you. We're gonna upgrade these to... where is it? Oh, do I have any more mushrooms? Well, I can at least move the plan over, and as more mushrooms develop, we can add more of them. And this here is meant to be a bit of beauty for the world. A Bliss Burst. Bliss Burst will throw a happy flower smell into the sky, which will ensure that any other problematic diseases in the sky will be kept back. And none of our characters have allergies, so we'll be just fine on that. Oh, you know why I opened this? I think I opened this because it's the nearest slime. And that ensures then that the farmers get slime from here and take it to here instead of carrying it all the way through the bedroom, or through the house rather. So never mind, keep it open. I may make it accessible only to farmers. Little May, are you going to get some slime? Well, I guess you are. Well, hope it works out okay. All right, so back to thinking about brine down here. Megan, thanks for the follow. How's it going? Okay, Okay. I guess I'll use some radiant pipes down here. The thing that is certainly going to be hottest is right there. I mean, inside is even hotter, but none of this will melt. And the filter won't melt also. Also know, so now that I do that, I actually don't know if the filter itself can be cooled. I think the filter may operate like a bridge, and bridges just move instantly from side to side. They don't go through the middle. So let me not do that. And instead, let's just go a little bit above that. And so lovely radiant pipe. Iron's fine. Okay, so this would be the big cooling spot. However, we also want to be able to fill up the tanks. And so, I want to ensure the generators are filled first. And the way to do that is to have a greedy pipe. It'll take as much as it possibly can. This is going to be a bit of a mess. That's fine. Everybody loves messes. We then want to clip here. Good. And then actually get rid of the radiant for now until we have it better laid out. Okay, and then connect this way, and then go there, and then here comes the golden move. Bridge down. All right. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And then go to the input here. Oh, could it be better? Heck no. Absolute perfection. Yes. That goes there also. And then we'll continue along with more piping. This stuff is, of course, going to be piping hot. The pipes are hot. Okay, good. And then this outputs ideally back into the natural gas line. Okay. I think if I insert it here, there'll be no problem. Oh, is this just going to spin? I mean, I guess that's fine, right? There's no reason we have to keep natural gas inside of the gas lines here. We just want to make sure that it feeds from this side first. I can use a pipe sensor to make sure that's happening. Let's go ahead and do that. So this will fill first. Or, sorry, this will have access to gas last because it will build up here, which this does not have access to. And so we want to have the gas sensor here. Is it time for multiple logic ands and such? Because I don't want it to open. That's a good point. Very good point, actually. We probably shouldn't use copper on these in case the temperature is too high. I think it'll be cooled down sufficiently, but we'll use gold to be sure. What was I thinking about? Right. So eventually we're going to have a sensor here to ensure that there is orangey fun there. If there's not orangey fun, then open from the bottom. But it's not every time there's no orangey fun. It's instead when there's no orangey fun for a time. And so we'll need some way of measuring how long it's been since there's nothing there. We'll see. Well, Acadia, why not feed them through the tanks? So my desire is that we use gas from here first. And then after there's not gas from here, then from the tanks. The tanks will fill. The tanks will already fill after these have gotten theirs. But I want them to continue taking from here. Oh, gas tanks output an automation signal. I completely forgot. I completely forgot that they're automatable. Will that help us, though? So I could say when these are totally full, then feed. But I don't know how much excess we're going to have. We could also do when they're no longer filling, begin to feed. Well, I think that would actually work better. Will that work better? Sure, let's try this. This is going to work great. Hey, old bear, how you doing? Is this game more complex than RimWorld? They're complex in a different way. I think that, yeah, at some level, this game does have more systems to figure out than RimWorld, because there are more things happening that you can't see. And yeah, I think for me, what happens in RimWorld makes more immediate sense. What happens in Oni, I've got to consistently think my way through what's happening. And that's fine. Like, that's totally fine. I really enjoy the challenge it gives me. But I think to become like a true and full expert in this game is so much harder because there's so much going on. And some of it's not exactly intuitive. Okay, so there's not really benefit to differentiate gas in tanks versus gas fresh from the vent. Is there not? So the way I'm thinking about it is I have money in my wallet, and I spend the money in my wallet before I spend money from the bank. And that may just be a matter of convenience. Yeah, because we don't get interest on this, do we? Yeah, maybe there's no particular reason to prefer either one. I guess the one advantage is that which is from the tanks is cooled down more, but then we should actually prefer this. Alright. Though I recognize this may be being done for no good reason, I think it'll be fun to do anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. My apologies. So, when there's not... Is that right? When there's not carbon dioxide waiting here, then would it open up and feed. So we need a gas sensor for one. A pipe sensor, right? It's a ventilation... gas pipe element sensor. Glorious. Okay, so not. Every time I have to say not, I'm like, okay, time for Borat jokes. Here come the Borat jokes. Automation fun. Not gate. Cool. So, connect these together. Nope, that's not it. Alright, so we're going to connect this to some eventual, what it's called, bridge thing. Bridge thing, gas shutoff thing. Okay, and the green side is the out. Great. Okay, like I said before, though, what I would like to do is to have the signal sent to green only when there's been no gas here for, I don't know, 10 seconds maybe, 20 seconds, an hour and a half. So I think this is the part where I start making noise about buffer sensors or buffer gates, whatever they are, but I don't really understand how those work. So is there some other sensor I could use for like time? So timer sensor is just go on and go off every XYZ amount of time. Cycle sensor, the same kind of thing. Only go, only go on or off throughout the day. All right. I don't really understand the buffer gates. Outputs a green signal if the input is receiving a green signal. Continues sending a green signal for an amount of buffer time after the input receives a red signal. Okay. Buffer gates delay red signals, but I could use a NOT gate to make that into a green signal, correct? I'm out on memory toggle, aka the SR latch. Oh gosh, all right. We've talked about SR latches before, years and years ago. I remember that Farinanthus left a video about them in the Discord. I remember watching it and going, oh, cool, I understand this. Unfortunately, that was such a long time ago, I have absolutely no idea what it means. So, alright, filter gate instead of buffer gate outputs a green signal through if the input received a green signal for longer than selected filter time. Wait, why did I think I need a knock gate? I'm not sure, okay. This is gonna work great. I believe, gotta believe. Also, I meant to take the gas reservoirs out of something else. So, gas reservoirs out of gold, thank you. Behold. Behold, good. Okay, so this, I want to be sending a green signal after this to receive a green signal after this has been green signal for a long enough period of time. So that's one of these two. Lets a green signal through if the input received a green signal for longer than a selected filter time. Red signal otherwise. Behold, the filter gate. This is exactly what I want. Can you say my goal for this build? Yes, the goal for the build is that the gas from the reservoirs pumps into the system only after there is no more gas being pumped from here. I guess another way to do that would be to say, is there natural gas here? But I like how I've done it. I think it's worked very, very well. Gonna be beautiful. Welcome to the first steps of my engineering program. So green signal for time. Cut across this way. Awesome. Awesome. This random pipe here is carbon dioxide output. I don't really know where it's going. So I'm actually going to cut it back a little bit just to give myself more room to work with. Cool. Let's go ahead and clean up this tiny bit of polluted water there. It's probably been left from a much earlier dig. Make with the mopping. Good. And at some point, I'll probably make more reservoirs down below, but for right now, 2 is fine. You'd offer tips, you have no idea what I'm doing? That's fine. You can sit back and be impressed by my gumption, at least. I'm not going to say skill or ability. I don't want to, lie to you, but at least we got some gumption. Okay, so we'll have the output pipe from here go to here, and then this will go to there, and that may not be possible. If I just connect these, maybe it's fine. Maybe actually it's fine. I hope it's the case that both of these will function as poles, and the gas just won't go down these 2 pipes. We'll see. If not, bridges, etc. Or I can just go ahead and go all the way around here and have it come in the same side as the rest of the gas does. Is it might confuse stuff? We'll see. If it confuses stuff, alright. Because it might confuse stuff, and I thought that myself also, we'll go ahead and just connect it and see what happens. The correct way. That's right. The correct way, I say. Is it confuse the game engine? No. I know when you say it's going to confuse stuff, you don't mean it's going to confuse the viewers. Because if we were concerned about confusing the viewers, we're well past that point right now. Alright, so, feed this here. It looks perfect. It looks absolutely perfect. Okay, we did all of that with a mind talking about brine cooling. So while they're working on making this absolute monstrosity, let's figure out the brine cooling stuff. So the ideal place to cool would be really right here. My only concern, though, is it's going to overheat the pipe and cause the brine to go to gas, and that would not be great. So I think that might do it. We'll add more, I suppose, to be sure. All right. So sedimentary rock is thermally reactive. We do want that. Okay, so this is the cooling part of the cooling loop. Can I divert some heat using wall panels? Probably so. Wall panels, I don't really understand. Like, I understand they help with temperature exchanges, but I don't exactly understand how it works. If it doesn't work out, though, we can definitely add more wall panels. Really good thought. Okay, so the two things we still need to do are to get the rest of the cooling loop down here, no problem, and then also to get the carbon dioxide pipe somewhere, possibly to the stars. We'll see. Hey, Foley, you're scared of this game? Don't you worry. Oni doesn't want to hurt you. Oni wants to show you really attractive little buddies running around. And aren't they so cute with their, like, jumping in and eating food and wearing hats? There's no concerns. All right, so the nearest brine pipeline is actually right here. And this is the main base brine cooler. Is at 18 degrees when it gets here. And then it cuts to its area and cools down, or heats up rather, to 19. So a very, very slight heat exchange is happening with the generators. But I believe it's sufficient enough to keep this room cooler than it would be otherwise. And that's great. If I take the brine line and run it down this way also, I worry it will then be too hot to actually cool this room at all. So we'll see. You don't understand the wall panels either. It might be easier than a big pipe set up for cooling the base. So, Mag, I think the way that the wall panels work is just exchanging heat between whatever's on the tile. So, if, for instance, the pipe here is really, really hot, which it would be if I don't have any cooling, then putting a panel there will make the oxygen there very hot also. It'll hasten the temperature exchange between the pipe and the oxygen. I don't think the wall panels hold on to heat or delete heat at all. And so I think that would not remove heat or move heat somewhere else on the map. It would just keep it there. But I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure if that's true. That's my sort of naive sense on how heat movement works. So, not sure. I think the standard line that a lot of chatters say is that in this game we are almost never actually dealing with heat. We're just moving the heat around. You're something along the line of transferring heat elsewhere. Oh, so you're thinking from like temp shift plate to plate to plate to plate all the way around. Dump it out here. Yeah, I don't know how it works, unfortunately. I don't really know how that works, but cool. The plates exchange heat with tiles in an area around it, 3x3. The pipes only exchange heat with the thing on the same tile, is it? Oh, okay. So the thought is, if we put temp shift plates along with, I believe, along with the pipes, it'll cool more efficiently. The plates by themselves won't do what we need it to do, right? These are a cold source in the game. So the sky, unfortunately, is neutral. The sky is a vacuum. It's not the cold void of space, unfortunately, it's just the empty void of space. So no temperature at all. There are cold sources in the sense of these cold biomes. If you say there's cold in the game, viewers will say, there is not any cold. All there is heat and less heat. We've been streaming for a while this game. There are some physics breaking machines in the game. One's called a thermonullifier, I think. What it does is if you put hydrogen into it, it's, I believe it destroys heat. I don't remember exactly how it works. And there's some nonsense with turbines that you can use to destroy heat also. But I don't really know how those work either. So as of right now, the way I'm dealing with heat is by gradually destroying the cold biomes on the map, which is not a long-term solution, but it's a good enough solution for the time being. Hope that continues. Belgian Guy, thank you much indeed for the generous resubscription. I'm glad you've been enjoying them, or our streams rather. I'm glad you've enjoyed hanging out with us. Thanks for being here, really. No meeps! No meeps, no meeps. Okay, I said earlier that I wanted another something. That other something was a researcher, and none of these people have any research ability at all. We don't need any, we don't need any farmers right now, though I have been talking about making bigger farms. We see that Turner there has a bonus to ranching. I've also talked about potentially making more farms before too long, Greco farms, etc. Before too long, we got to get plastic going, either by going through the teleporter and digging down to oil, or perhaps by finally engaging ourselves with the accursed Drecos. As of right now, we don't have enough food production actually for the entirety of our population, so I'm going to take these eggs and I'm going to eat them. Delicious! Delicious! Alright, so 3 Shine Nymph eggs. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Cool. Back in the day, we loved Shine Nymphs. These days, though, Shine Nymphs, unfortunately, produce radiation. I'm still afraid of radiation forever and always. Okay. So, let's add some temp shift plates and see what happens. I'm sure it's all to the good no matter how they work. They're utilities. The plates are made of sedimentary rock, that's thermally reactive, so it'll go even faster. And so we'll put a few across here. And didn't they radiate somewhere else? I think put them here also. So we'll have a nice little grid across the way. That should be lovely. I say it to my giant pile of blueprints. In this playthrough, I've tried so hard not to put down too many blueprints at once, lest the jobs never ever get done, but there you go. There you go. Alright, look at that. Look at that. Analysis complete. How long do we have until the geyser geysers? 16 cycles. Do you believe, friends, that we can get this thing functional within 16 cycles? Gotta believe, gotta believe. It goes for 62 cycles, then is off for a little under 40 or so cycles. Alright, 16 cycles is actually quite a bit of time, and so yes, I do in fact believe. But let's begin working on how to get the delightful pipelines down here. Yeah, we should have the free data also, shouldn't we? These data banks I've not used yet, but I thought I had a place to store them. I actually may not. In which case, I'm gonna bury data with the slime lung. Those are consumables, is that right? Miscellaneous maybe? No. What are they? I know I've seen them previously. Manufactured? No. Industrial? Yes. Alright, cool. So they'll live in the hole, and that's fine. Like I said, I worried a bit about taking the brine from here and moving it down, lest it will overheat and be unable to cool this area. So, because it does cool all the way down to here also. Oh wow, the water down here is almost fully pumped out. It's taken a while, but good to good. Next step over here is going to be to take the polluted water here, cool it down, and then pump it through a sieve. Get more and more water. Okay, so our brine bucket is running out. Are you about to turn back on? 0.4 cycles! See, isn't that awesome? We look and see, the brine bucket is running out. But right on time, more is created. Friends, we got an ad break coming about 50 seconds or so, maybe 40 seconds or so. So I'm going to pause the game for the next 3 minutes. If you're someone who watches ads, I'll definitely be here on the other side, and I appreciate you hanging out with us on this lovely Oni playthrough. For those of you who are not ad watchers, we'll be filling the next few minutes with some crossword fun. Chat goes into emote-only mode. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your cheering me on, hopefully, as we continue playing the crossword of the day, numero uno. So, boop. I'm still not quite sure what this give me a bone, or throw me a bone is. Is it woof? Oh gosh. The context here is actually not, like, gossip. Instead, it's a dog would say. A dog would say, woof. Woof to that clue indeed. Islands that contain the southernmost point in the continental United States. Florida Keys, clearly. Florida Keys. That one's starred also, as you see. And so it means there's some nonsense afoot. Was Hate Watch also starred? Yeah, so Hate Watch and Florida Keys are both building their way to the theme of the puzzle, probably. Summer Philly hours. So Noms always does these ones. I know that Philadelphia is Eastern time. It's either standard or daylight. I can't remember which one's which. So New Blank India, well, it's Delhi. So Eastern daylight time, no problems. Pipe or macaroni shape. These are elbows. We've made many elbows recently in our Oni base. Industry leader. Industry leader, not sure. Flowery garland is a lay. I was thinking like tier A, but that seems absolutely wrong. Oh, Titan probably Titan. Crunchy, savory, oh, Delhi spelled wrong, my apologies. D-E-L-H-I. The crunchy, savory sandwich is a BLT, so I bet it's be Titan. I mistyped again as Titam. Good. So took a lap. This is a dumb thing that a lot of crosswords do. Lap means to create your legs a place to sit. So took is past tense of sat, surely. Winona of Stranger Things. It's Rider. I'm glad I have the Y because I wouldn't know which vowel it is. Scram. And what the last words in the starred clues answers often do. So watch and keys. They tell time. Watches and keys, they get lost. That's a fun one. All right, so get lost is scram also. Good. To the downs, borders, probably edges, not sure on that. Leavening agent is yeast, but really though, seriously, surely. All right, the cross here is Catherine of Schitt's Creek. I think it's O'Hara, though I'm not sure on that. The down is you can't talk about this case ruling. That's a gag order. So yeah, O'Hara was correct. Good. Gives the thumbs up. Okays. Enjoy the theater. Sees a show, maybe. See a show. Enjoy is singular. Good. Opposite of give. Well, sure, it's receive. Receive, yes. Okay. Well, guile's artless, surely. What's the across here? Vessels for whites and reds. Well, wine glasses. What gets lost? Glasses get lost. I know full well. Golden dollars, for example. Probably coins. That's a Sacagawea golden dollar. A TV remote may require 2. Probably AA batteries. Province with Calgary and Banff. Welcome, friends, to an area that is not my expertise. So within Canada, I know. Prince Edward Island's a place. There's Toronto, Ontario. Well, I'm sorry. Regrettably, alas, probably. It's Alberta. Alberta, I'm sorry, Canadians. You're beautiful and wonderful, and I appreciate you. Vividly sensational is lurid, no doubt about it. Syrupy honey alternative is... not sure what. Olympic sled is a luge. Oh, it's agave. Thin nails, a brad or brat. I think it's a brad. Because ritual pass for meal is a seder, for sure. All right, let us do these. Person from Tel Aviv, surely an Israeli. Good. Inglewood-based NFL player. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea about NFL on most things. Double stuff Oreo. Why, yes, there is an Oreo in today's puzzle. Dependable favorite. Dependable favorite. Dependable favorite. Go-to. It's probably go-to. We'll see, though. All right. Indie pop duo Tegan and Sarah. Noms listens to them sometimes. Certain officer informally is a sarge. All right. Good. Slurpee alternative is an icy. Award quartet acronym. That's an EGOT. Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. 30 Seconds to Mars. Drummer Shannon. No idea. Decrease your wardrobe. Decrease your wardrobe. I thought it mean like throw things out, possibly. Dress down. Not sure. What's the across here then? Okay, so is it an LA Charger? I think the Chargers are some team. I think Inglewood is in Los Angeles. I'm not sure. Digital alternative is indeed analog. Good. So I think it is LA Charger. Incoming flight. Arrival. So this is an abbreviation. It's kind of a dumb one. Became larger as grew. So the abbreviation for arrival is ARR. English prep school is Eton. For sure. 2 more to go. Dependable favorite is indeed the go-to. Ta-da! All right. Very good. Fun. We still have a few more breaks today, so we should be able to get to some other crossword puzzling soon. Fun one. I really like the clue in the middle there. About things that are often lost. And what was it? Watches, keys, glasses, and charger. All things I've definitely lost in the past. That's how it goes. Good. All right. Back then to Oni once more. Appreciate you all who watched the ad. Appreciate those of you who hung out for crossword time. Hey, Phelan, how's it going? Your son has a kid with a smart mouth in his class. The guy's name is Brian. Brian almost got attention because the teacher told him to stop talking while teaching, and Brian replied with "Stop teaching while I'm talking." Yeah, I mean, among the disrespectful things to say, that is one possibility. Noms told me that another professor on campus today had a student who raised his hand and said earnestly, "Why is your class so boring today?" Just kidding. The people here are 18 to 24 years old in general. Can you imagine? And Noms and I talked about like what is the appropriate reaction for that. She said that she would play it off with a, "Do you want to see how boring I could be?" And I said, like, honestly, I think I would be immediately angry about that. Like, I'm definitely not someone who gets angry in general, but why is this backed up? It may just be cycling right now. It's just cycling right now. Fine. I'm not someone who gets angry in general, but man, if a student were openly, cruelly disrespectful like that, I would really struggle. Why is your class so boring today? Haha, just kidding. I know this is a slight mistake, which is I never turned this back on. And so it fills at 30. So this then goes on 4:30. Oops, 4:30 starting at 0. Cool. Hopefully that works now. So only have half this room on, and it's currently cleansing the main water bucket. You just fail them? I mean, when I was a grad student, I had a student who was being like pretty disengaged, and I would like ask him questions, and he would say something like snarky and like really brief, and I asked follow-up questions, and yeah, try really hard to get him going. He just wouldn't. And at some point I asked some question, his response was, "I don't want to be here." And so I said, "Fine, you don't have to be here. Attendance not graded, just go away." And he did, and that was fine. But I don't like having like uncomfortable feelings in the classroom. I don't like having instances where there's like opposition occurring between me and really anyone, but certainly students. And so that was not a good day in Resortyville. And ever since then, I've tried very hard not to be confrontational with students unless they're being like really cruel to someone. But I'm someone also, and so if I have a student who is going to forthrightly say your class is boring, I mean, it's never happened to me. It probably won't happen, but it'd feel pretty terrible for sure. Professor Snarky, yeah. I was a grad student then. Grad students are some of the most insecure people on Earth. Did he pass? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not vindictive in grading. I think it's a terrible, terrible thing to grade on anything other than on merit. And I think like participation scores, which I do use, are a place where like if you're awful in the classroom and ruin the classroom environment, you might have some points marked off there. But as far as like, you know, one's tests, and I don't mark people down because they're mean people or whatever. Is it a generational difference? I don't know. Though I've been saying kids these days more and more often recently, I don't know. I never know if we're actually any different these days than ever before. And so, yeah, I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure what the difference is. I think part of it is, you know, in general, like people run relatively friendly classrooms. There's not like the previous discipline of you will sit down and be good or else. And so I think because of that, there's kind of a casualization of all of it. And with that casualization, people feel freer to occasionally say kind of awful things. But I don't know. All right, we remade this, though, so it's a hydroponic setup. D is passing, not in my class. Yeah, you have to have a C- on in my class to get the passing score. And generally students do pass it. I'm not someone who wants to fail people, of course. Okay, so I gotta destroy these first. Okay. Destroy these and then remake the water line here. Oh, actually, now that we're using just the one pipe here, we can actually get rid of this. And run down this way instead. Cool. That may be unreachable, we'll see. Society celebrates trolls and then tells kids don't be trolls. I mean, you're probably right. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? I didn't pump the line, and so, hooray, bonus water! Yeah, I try to be cool with students. Like, it's important to me that I have an open relationship where like people have an opportunity to talk and share ideas. I just wish some ideas weren't so mean. All right, we know where this water came from. We can get it all cleaned up straight away. Good. And then we can replace these with arm tiles. I'll do the same thing here as well. I do want to maintain airflow here though, so I'm going to replace the ones right underneath the teleporter with airflow instead. And I put one there as well. Random airflow tiles. Surely the greatest of all additions to the base. Okay, we'll come back in a little bit and see if it actually gets fixed. I think it will. Add these first. Cool. And then we're continuing to think about the issue of brine. So, what did I last think in terms of briny thoughts? Right, my last briny thought was, oh no, this is running out, what are we doing? But, wait, where's the brine? Okay, the brine's actually being made into normal water now. See, this is something I'm not sure I actually like. Because there is a possibility I will run out of water entirely. Or run out of brine entirely if I'm pumping absolutely all of it into normal water. Now, like I said, we're getting some more starting now. And there is another cold brine producer here. So I want to get that tamed at some point relatively soon. It's not high priority though by any means. Alright, also on this side of things, I would like to make a brand new brine cooling line just for this room down here. And I think the way I want to do that is to run it up to here. So how do we get up to here from there? So we start nearest by. It's just me some water pipes. And so the water pipes can run along here where there's nothing right now. And then up through there, through there. We can't quite fit that through without more leakage. So instead we can go up this way and cut up along the side. Maybe I should just deal with having gases escape. Alright, time to mark with some digging. I'll continue digging across here. Maybe we could use this cycle also for cooling down the stuff from above. It just cools so fast. But yeah, as I'm not really doing much with the refinery right now, for want of lime, let's do just that. So there's not a check at this point. Like after it's gotten cooled and moving back this way, it's never checked for temperature again until its next cycle. So we want to put the hot water coming in on the input, which is this pipe here. So to get to that, I'm going to add it there. No, that will cause, I think that will cause pipe confusion. So what I want to do instead is to get on this side. Now, can I bridge my way through here? Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, the way to do it would be to do like this kind of thing. So I have two bridges and this go down and around, or above and around. I think down and around is a better way to go. So we'll replace this and this with bridges instead. That one goes up. That one goes down. Cool. And they'll have a pipe run through that. The pipe's going to be very, very hot. So straight through. Wait a second. I want to get onto this pipeline here. So though I need this bridge here, well, it's fine. I've already begun, so it's okay. So we'll then connect in here. Okay, so how do we get to here? Well, for now, I'm just going to dig out more in this direction. And then we're going to go up here. Just have a place to dump the carbon dioxide. And later in the game, we may decide to keep the carbon dioxide for rockets. But for right now, just dumping it's okay. So a little pipe coming out like so. And vent it to the goodness of space. I'm just going to make the pipeline down this way for now. Good. Okay. The same thing with the water line. So the water line. Okay, it cuts me incorrectly. Yeah, I just accidentally removed that part too. Okay, so off of here, I guess we'll just cut straight through this way. I'd like to leave as much of this light as possible to separate the cold and the not so cold. Get down that way, I believe. And we'll get here. Hey, getting here is actually awesome. It will give me access to the cool slush geyser. Okay. So we'll continue digging down, like so. I believe this is all reachable as we go. Okay, and though I do want to get access to this, I actually want to go up and around it for now. Or down and through. Let's think from the other side now. So we said we can get the pipes to any of these places. We already have this part dug up and through. So we can actually run the pipes up through here. And then that way. That's awesome. That worked really well. The issue of how to connect over to here, we'll deal with it a little bit. But let's begin to make the pipe. So on the output side, it needs to be insulated all the way. And that is... neither is preferably the input or the output. They're both about the same. So we'll use up here as the output side. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and just say it's normal pipes past there. And then insulated past there. Cool. I believe I removed some of the way through here. I believe this area may be unreachable entirely. We'll figure out how to fix that in a second. I like having utility tubes through the base. One of the best things I've ever done. How much farther do we want to go? We could continue up this way. Though I want to go through this section, I think I said. Yeah. Okay, so we run to here. That's all reachable. Not quite. Hold down left shift. That's how you avoid doing these silly things. There we go. Okay, so that pipe is made up to here. That's unreachable. We'll figure out in a bit. We're gonna pop one out. Then up and through here. Included auction, fine, whatever. Okay. These two going through the abyssalite feels bad, feels bad. That way, down that way. I give you connection. It's actually possible to connect these without breaching. I don't think it is actually. Oh, corners don't count. So yeah, that will actually do it. Cool. We'll begin from the top then. Dig up that. Oh, it's all being dug out already because it's marked to build. So that will do that. And we'll need to dig here and here. The game hung a little bit there and set up absolutely everything to dig out. Then ladders again. More algae, more good. Don't actually need that. Not sure I made it. Okay, and then at this point we can build, and I think they can slide through that. And then we'll dig across here. We'll see if it actually works, but I think it does. Then down to down again. I should probably look to see if we're actually doing work right now, or if this is all just sitting completely unreachable, which is a real possibility. Connect there, and that's reachable. One more ladder, please. Cool. All right. So I have hundreds and hundreds of construction jobs now, I suspect. And we do not yet have a way for the cooled brine to get back around. How many days do we have left? Still 14 cycles. Wow, it's not even a full round of cycles since I started. We were playing at number 1 speed, so it's going to be slow and steady, but it will all get done. Alright, so all of this is reachable. And then at this point, can they get to there at all? Yeah, so they can go down this way. No problem at all. It's through the previous slime zone, but The nice, beautiful oxygen up here should be keeping slime lung at bay. It is. It is. You have the combination of the floral scent and the nice oxygen is keeping the slime lung inside. So people are going to have a little bit of slime lung problem, but slime lung is not to be feared. We have medicine. Everyone will be A-okay. Past that, they can go up this way. No problem at all. That dug through the way I want it to. Good, good. We can get to that. No problem. This part, I believe, is a problem. Yep. So we'll add in additional ladders. That is hoppable already. Embrace the slime lung. I love you, slime lung. I'm sorry I ever questioned you, slime lung. How about the hospital build? The hospital's great. The hospital is ready to receive any and all people who have slime lung concerns. It is the... I mean, is it actually a hospital now? It is actually a hospital now. Can you believe it? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. A few more of those. Our food's actually going up. Probably the introduction of mushrooms has helped tremendously. We were working on just bristle blossoms for a while, but now we do indeed have mushies also. And the mushrooms are also now properly inside of a farm stand, correct? Ah, they are there. They are. Good. So more fertilization, more good. The only thing I worry about right now is, what's it called? Running out of something. Fertilizer. So these consume fertilizer, I believe. And we're not making fertilizer anywhere currently. I think fertilizer is made with phosphorite? Possibly. How's the cistern looking at food poisoning germs? It's down so much. It's at 3,000 now. It was at 7,000 earlier. So we are currently pumping our entire cistern out step by step by step and get it cleansed step by step up here. So it's going in the correct direction right now. Awesome and good, thank you. Okay, let's think now about how to get beautiful cold water back down. Because in places like this where I just barely snuck it through, there's definitely not, well, no, there's definitely not a way to get through a second pipe. Like bridging, of course, the way to go, but a little too close. We'll see, we'll see. Cistern, it's a water bucket? I'm afraid you're correct. How dare I call it a cistern? It is 100% a water bucket, not a cistern. Okay, so allegedly this is the cooling output for this thing. And it goes to here, and it goes down to here. That needs to reconnect. And then goes down to here to this room. So at this point, it begins cooling. At this point, it begins cooling this room. So I don't want to take from there. Instead, I guess we'll just take from right here. And I do want to keep this insulated the entire way. Do I want to pull here or just 50-50? We'll be pumping more water in fairly soon. There's brine waiting here for exactly this reason. 50-50ing is probably fine. The only issue is we're going to have to deal with this at some point today. This is still exploding regularly, and so we need to figure out a better way to check the cooling more often, or to cool less quickly. And always a good time, always a good time. So the output, I said I want to come off here, and I'm going to 50-50 and see how it goes. And so from here, we can just go down right next door. With my apologies to this one pinch of pepper plant. I'm not sure I've really used pinch of pepper plant for anything quite yet. Okay, if we go through there, fine. Hydrogen will escape. Plutocrene will escape. We're getting closer to the lump of uranium, but it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. And we'll deal with reorganizing at some point before too long. The hydrogen's going to climb up, and cool here probably. I do remember the first time I played this game, I was so scared of anything but oxygen. I assumed that anything but oxygen was absolutely going to kill us immediately. The game does a great job of being both like friendly and approachable, and also quite challenging and at times a tiny bit overwhelming. I do appreciate that. We could definitely do a good job of like organic pipes here. I think it's more fun to just keep the organic path down. Though I refuse to go through the mushroom, so we're going to have to go around the mushroom. Oh boy. All right, another tight fit in a moment here. Probably best to actually go down and around here. As we do that, we're going to remove a level of rock, which might make it harder to get around, but we'll look at that in a bit. Okay. So, if we hop down, go down, hop over... No. If I have this connect that way instead, and we bridge here, then bridge there, pipe there. We don't need to destroy it, we just need to cut it actually. Continue on this. Unreachable build apparently in the middle here. We'll check out in a second. Yeah, we can go through here without any leakage. I think. I hope. We'll see. Alright, we're almost there. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Alright, so then we come down this way and this way. And we now have cold water in this room. We need to bridge one more time. Is that the right direction? Yeah, cold water's coming down. Good. Okay, and then I'm actually not sure if you can cool inside of reservoirs. In case you can. Let's run a liquid pipe right in front of it. Liquid pipe is being made of what, though? Igneous rock, slow heating, not what we want. Sedimentary rock, thermally reactive, good to good. Okay. And then there's 2 radiant pipes there, some radiant pipes here. I believe the cooling line has been completely constructed. I have no clue if it's going to work. We'll see. But things, they are getting done. Okay, so this is not reachable because there's no way to hop from there to there. We can fix that by adding in that right there. Make that higher priority so it gets done. We still have... still 13 cycles. Yeah, things are getting done nicely. I'm considering making it so only my builders can go down into the hydrogen room, because there are still a limited number of these masks. We could also just add more mass, as I said previously. Our oxygen situation is looking, I think, totally good. Not totally good. So previously we had all of our oxygen backed up absolutely everywhere. But now... because they're going down so often to use the oxygen masks, they're just burning out fast. Also, I made a mess, really? I was just saying how great our base is. Someone made a mess. Rough. We'll look at it in a second. When it was backed up before, I also added this in, just to give more oxygen to another area. But that might be taking way too much. Alright, where did Otto make a mess? Oh... I'm sorry, Otto. I mean, you're a hero, it's my fault, blah, blah, blah. It's okay, Otto. We won't look at you. I'm sure you're ashamed. Speaking of shame. Shame, shame, shame. Okay. At least he only made a mess. He didn't wind up, getting himself suffocated. Thank goodness. Alright, so tiles need to go back here again. And then I don't think this is reachable, so... more ladders. What kind of rock do we have right here, if anything? Phosphorite. Igneous rock is nearby. But they're already here to work. Hey, they did reach it. Actually, didn't think I could do that. Good job, everybody. Okay, while it's getting done, let's go ahead and think now about carbon dioxide to the moon. And that is, oh gosh, which pipe is carbon dioxide out? Oh, wait, no. The purple one here is the two outs connected. Right. So we can just follow the exact same pipe up, which is being made right now. If it's been dug out once, it can be dug out again. No problems. I only see one pipe through here. I don't think the other pipe's already made, perhaps? Not sure. Okay. So like I said, I want to dump it here. I guess we can come through the exact same way, and it'll be insulated. I don't think it'll screw up the heating too much. But is there another way to get up here that won't be too challenging? I mean, we can just walk through here and have polluted oxygen jump out. The hydrogen will stay in place and go up. Also, actually a neutronium pad here. I don't know if I knew that existed. So sure, we now have more incentive to go this direction. Let's see what we find there. So we'll go straight on down. There. Where's there needed? Rock nearby is igneous rock. Cool. Or cold biome. I think the later in the game one gets, there's always this feeling of there's not too much more discovery on one planetoid. Like instead, it's pretty well known what's there, and then you have to work on getting it. Any new neutronium always feels like such an exciting moment of, oh, it could be basically anything. Let's find out. And I know there is a way to be a little schemy and find out ahead of time, but we'll get digging and see. Okay, and then to avoid letting the hydrogen out, we could make a little wall here and then just build straight through it, because the hydrogen again will go up. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So, igneous rock. There. Down the last bits. Hopefully no one gets stuck on that path. Pipe down the last bit to there. Okay. So on the other side of things, polluted oxygen will try to stay above normal oxygen. So we have normal oxygen and some hydrogen, which will go meet its friends for sure. So up we go some more. The sand will definitely fall and probably cause them to have a very bad day. It's fine, we can keep on building. As the sand falls, we need to make sure that we clear it, because it is possible someone will not be able to get down after that's made. Okay. So I want to run the pipe this way. More ladders through. If I want to be a responsible base owner, I guess I would try to like segment this room off a little bit more. Find a way to stop the gases from free flowing. Maybe eventually put more air mass over here, perhaps. Okay. But to continue with the hopping. At this point, we actually don't need any more ladders. We can just walk over and then go up. Up. I think that will do it. Okay, hold off on making this one just to ensure we don't accidentally dig all the way through. All right, we're getting the presence of Drekos in our midst. And I think one of our next steps will be to get a Dreco room going with the possibility of plastic. But that's me awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh! I was fully anticipating not building that vent until we came up from the middle, but no, my astronauts decided they wanted to come up and around and do that work. Thanks, astronauts. I appreciate it. It's always amazing to see how the base fits together in ways one doesn't fully expect it to. It's always a treat for sure, for sure. There's Brian on the floor here. We can go ahead and mark to mop also. Though, how many construction jobs have I made now? I bet the answer is very, very, very many. That's only negative 30. How about those way over here? 179. I fully expect that there are at least 300 construction jobs active. And I have not prioritized any of them because they all kind of do equally matter, if I'm being honest. Do we have power to here? Sort of. This is not plugged in, but I think I was planning to plug it in. We're ready to go. The current draw on this line is 825 potential, 5 current. So there's not anything that's totally drawing it all the time. It attaches to, oh gosh, quite a bit actually. This is the carbon skimmer line, so these will almost never turn on, and when they do, they'll only turn on once or twice for just a couple seconds. So we can connect here also. I didn't set this yet. So I want to pump when we're above, we'll say 250 grams for now. And I'm okay to go ahead and plug them in. But it can't pump at all because the pipe's done. No, not done. With that in mind, I'm fine, right? We don't want to start pumping prematurely, unless it makes a big old mess everywhere. Okay. I promise about no more construction tiles for the next 2 cycles at least. It's been a lot of looking at stuff, a lot of like tinkering, but no building at all. All right, how long does the thing erupt? Like 12 cycles, I believe. So I think we're gonna be good to go. I'm going to take the meat because the meat is more kilocalories, and that seems pretty nice. But no building for 2 cycles. And so until 397, then we can build again. 12.9 cycles. So yeah, we have quite a bit of time still. I think it's going to get done. Now, as I say, no building. I'm seeing spots I want to throw down deodorizers and such. That'd be fun. Doesn't need to be done. I'm going to mark this to dig a little bit also, just so that the brine spreads out some, so that we can mop it more easily. This brine came from up here, I think. Yeah, I think it's pipes bursting up here and then gradually rolling down. So this is the one thing we still have to fix, and I don't really know how to think about doing that until I see actual bits moving through. One thing I'm seeing is here I have the right side cooling. I think cooling the left side faster is better. Otherwise, the potentially warm stuff will just sit here. Doesn't it pass through? I think it passes through if too warm. It's only at the end of the line, I think, here, that it will sit still. And if that happens, it can cause a huge backup all the way. So I think we talked some also about the issue might be when the bottom line is full, these can't move their liquid fast enough, and so it stays there and explodes also. Yeah, we talked about trying to modify this some so these dump first before the rest moves past. Surely we'll fix that at some point. Surely. I'm gonna go top speed for the next little bit just because, like I said, I'm not gonna add anything at all. What are we seeing on the star map, I wonder? Hello, beautiful world. So it looks like we've actually found nothing else yet. I believe this means it is within the range of our, excuse me, of our scanning. Just my astronomer's been busy with other tasks up here. Or then coming up here, perhaps. What's getting done?
Coal's moving. Swell. Why is there coal here? Oh, we had Sage Hatch here earlier, and it got taken upstairs, where it belongs. Good night, Axex. See you again soon. Thank y'all for hanging out, folks. Today's one of those streams where things are getting done. It's just a slow and steady process of getting done. And I'm actually going to increase the priority here just so that one room gets done, and we can stop looking across the entire base on this. So, job number 7 on y'all. And then job 6, once right above, hopefully. As that goes. This part I thought was reachable. It is. Just, low priority. So in the raised priority area here, it's priority 5 now. So not just going all directions at once, they're focusing on building this section. And that's pretty darn swell. We need to figure out how exactly to set up our filter gate here. How long it should be set up for needing a green. A red, a green, a red. A red, actually. Wait, I want to send a red along, not a green along. This sends a green along. Oh. I think. Alright, let's add the not gate. We could just change it over to a buffer gate instead, but no. In not gate we trust. Have I colonized other asteroids yet? I have not done so, no. Hey, it's a building job. I wasn't going to do this. What a liar. No, we've been talking about going through the teleporter. We did build a rocket, and we talked about blasting off. Unfortunately, to have all the things I want to take, which is a person to colonize, and items to drop to them, and oxidizing, and the sugar engine, we can only go a total of 6 spots. And 6 spots is 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, lost in space. We could go from here to here, but I've seen that from here to here requires a lead suit. So I'm planning to go through the teleporter to this spot here at some point. It is one of the goals and exclamation goals today. I'm just trying to get all the other jobs done first, but maybe we should just send someone through the teleporter so we can be working on another base while this one is slowly getting itself together. All right. The teleporter is currently reached from going up and around this way. I will almost certainly want to go through this way instead, so that whoever goes through has an Atmos suit. And we can just suit the other side and then pop back over. I guess that'd be a good way to go for a while. So, I don't want to lock this door. I do just want to block off this direction. So, stones are nearby. Not really anything, so we'll grab some sandstone and just fill in like so. More construction jobs, good. A lot of gold there. A lot of gold there. Hey, Lignoba, thanks for the resub, friend. You've subbed for 42 months. That's a lot of months, my friend. Lignoba, thank you for being part of our community and keeping the stream going as you do. That's a lot of months. Douglas Adam fans, insert your jokes here. But thanks for being here for sure, Lignoba. Means the world. 11 cycles to go. This needs power. Does it have power attached to it? Surely not. We have gold. Just make it out of gold instead. All these subscribers, new and old, I really appreciate you taking the time and the money, I guess, to express your appreciation. That said, if you don't sub, that's cool too. But thank you for everyone who's part of our community and all the ways you're part of the community. As I said before, the real joy knowing that I can turn on the old stream and not be quite so alone. Normally I don't mind being isolated, but over here in Japan it is definitely a feeling of it is good to be home, so to speak. Because yeah, as soon as stream's over and I say, time to go to the store, time to go to teach, I have this moment of I step outside and I can't talk to people. We've got such limited Japanese that It is an absolute joke to imagine speaking with someone. Okay, so we're looking here for natural gas. And should I change to a buffer set? Wait, shoot, what have I done? So when there's a red signal coming through, and why on earth would I not gate it then? Yeah. Time to learn Japanese. Oh, I definitely am. I'm definitely working on it, but here on stream, I can talk about anything I want to in whatever words I want to. I'm a native speaker of English, and it feels really good. Just be able to blah, 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 without having to think too terribly hard. When I'm out talking to people, every single word is a bit of a fight. And that's what it is to live somewhere else. But I'm just trying to be grateful for what I have here. So thank you for letting me have a place where I can have conversations that are actually quite valuable to me. Every day when I'm leaving the house, I have this moment of like, okay, we're going outside. If you have an emergency, you may not be able to express yourself. Though, as I said previously, Japanese people do largely have English. It's just not super comfy for them to use it a lot of times. In the case of a real emergency, I could find a police officer probably who would have good English, but who knows, who knows. So by increasing the priority on this room, it has gotten done fairly quickly. Christine, you never imagined what it was like feeling like you couldn't talk to people. Yeah. I mean, I'm not super outgoing. At the grocery store, I'll say, "Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day," etc. But when it comes to, like actually believing I could have a real conversation with someone passing, I never thought it would matter to me until I got here and was like, oh, I couldn't do it. What's my most used Japanese phrase? What's my favorite phrase? I don't think I have a favorite phrase, though I have one to talk about in a second. My most used Japanese phrase is daijoubu desu, which means it's okay or it's fine. And one uses that all the time here, both native speakers and people like me. Do you want a bag at the grocery store? Daijoubu desu. Would you like some more to drink? Oh, daijoubu desu, right? All these things. It's kind of used as like a, everything's okay here. Now that said, the Japanese I am listening noise is actually the word hi, yes, or the sound So, and I think that Japanese folks vocalize much more often when they're listening. So if I'm talking to a Japanese student, they'll go, hi, pretty often, actually, in a way where I initially was like, oh gosh, why are you talking? Please stop talking. Because I think in English we go, yeah, much less often. And so it threw me off a bit when how often they did so. The thing I wanted to mention, though, about phrases is something really interesting culturally, which is what noise do people commonly make when they're expressing effort? There was a New York Times story a couple days ago, and they called it like the middle-aged groan, right? The middle-aged groan, which is, in the US at least, it's like when I'm going to stand up from the floor and go, ugh, something like that. It's like the sound of exertion. Here in Japan, there's actually a phrase you say, and I've forgotten what it was right now. I don't want to misstate it. I had it yesterday. But Nam says it when she's here. It's like a little sentence you says, like, here comes some effort, or here I go. And it's delightful. Is it Yoshio? Yoisho? I don't believe so, but I can't fully recall. She's not here anymore, unfortunately. I'd go figure it out. I'll definitely ask her tonight and find out by tomorrow to share with you all. But there's an effort sentence also. Cool. Yeah, I really wonder how different cultures handle this. Because in the U.S., like, there's not words we use, I'm pretty sure. Like, I can imagine jokingly saying like, here I go, but never in a serious way. I find it just fascinating. So, what I said so far sounds very similar to Taiwan. Yeah, I've got a Taiwanese student this semester who is so friendly and so enthusiastic. And I talked to him one day about how this is different to, or how things here are different to Taiwan. And he said here there's a lot more people talking about like how they are and what's going on and so on, even strangers. And I said, wait, really? It doesn't seem that way at all here in Japan for me. He said, oh no, not Japan, in your classroom. So yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he wants to go back to Taiwan. He misses his family tremendously. He's enjoying being here. Oofda. Oofda. Wait, Mopog, is that a cultural sound or something you do? Oofda. Oofda. I don't remember how to say it, but I love it. OGs. I mean, I can imagine OGs being used like at the feeling of having to do something. Like, oh, I gotta stand up from the floor. Oh, geez, here I go. Oh, it's a Minnesota thing. Oofda. Yeah, hey there, oofda. Oh, gonna sneak on through. That fits down perfectly. But yeah, I think where I come from in the U.S., it's just non-verbalized vocalizations. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun of Minnesota accents. I miss Minnesota accents. When I spent my time in Wisconsin, there were a lot of Minnesotans I found absolutely delightful, including someone who really did sound like that. Hey, Nathire, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. How you doing today? Thank you much indeed for being with us. Yeah, I wish I remember what they say here in Japan. Whatever it is, it does translate. There's polluted water right there. I don't know why, but there's polluted water right there. Oh, goodness. Oh, you know what? It's probably when I changed what the lines were doing, almost certainly there was some polluted water hiding behind a bridge and I didn't notice it. Guaranteed that's what happened. Because the pipeline's coming this way is the return from up top, and that all goes through a sieve. Ufda might be anyone in the US with a large Norwegian heritage. Oh, cool. Is that so? It's a Norwegian phrase or a modification of a Norwegian phrase? Ufda. Huh, I love it. I think the game may have called my bluff. I said the next thing I wanted to do was to make a Dreco farm so we can get some plastic. Alright, game. You heard me. I said I would do it. These 3 Dreco eggs will not be eaten, but instead will be turned into a beautiful, beautiful farm. I wish there were pigs. I could make a better joke about not about Drecos, but I say like Wilbur, they'll Wilbur you. I don't know. I just got a message here on chat. A message on my private messages. So usually when I get a private message during stream, it's like, do you want to get some more followers? Follow this link. Right now, view bots available. I'm gonna pull it up because I'm curious. Sex love chat photo. Fire OnlyFans free fire emoji. Click this link. I couldn't have asked for a better chat if I tried. Does that work? Does that work? Let's go. No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good avoiding the keyloggers. Won't expose your message to me. Oh, goodness. Yeah, the name was, the person's name was like entirely nonsense letters and so on. It wasn't like a viewer name I knew already, so I was not clicking on anything they gave me, but I'm just curious. There you go, team. What's happening here? Body temperature, 20 to 50. Oh, it's too cold in this room. Oh, it's too cold in this room because the water coming through here, while it's warm enough to keep the plants alive, they can go down to 5. This one here needs at 20. So, I'm actually going to insulate, unless I'll insulate my way down, through. Instead, I'm actually going to change it to a hardier plant that can deal with more cold. And I don't quite know which ones those are, but we'll see. Also, I feel kind of terrible. This is our rec room still. Like, there's just nothing in there but a plant and a water cooler. So, Marie, what's on your mind? Plants. Okay. How about you, Ruby? What's going on? Plant. Catalina? For dinner tonight, I'm gonna make some plants. Perfect. Hey, Renegade, thanks for the follow. My friends, we are 30 seconds away from a little ad break, so I'm gonna move y'all over to emote-only mode while we fill the next little bit with some crossword fun. Oz, hello. This is a Terra asteroid. Yeah, this is the first asteroid in the DLC. First asteroid. Actually, don't know what it's called, but it's similar to the base game asteroid for sure. All right, we finished the Universal crossword a bit ago. We now begin on today's LA Times crossword. And this one's made in part by Jeff Chen. I know Jeff Chen's puzzles pretty well. They tend to be pretty clever, so we'll see how this one goes. The harder of today's two puzzles. Well, it begins a pretty easy one, doesn't it? Wet dirt, that's mud. Your name is. Biblical saying, probably a proverb, maybe. Fave pal, that might be BFF. This fave instead of favorite indicates it's probably an abbreviation. Let's see what we can do on the downs now. Actor Damon, well, Matt Damon, I know that one. Yikes. Yikes is oofda. I learned that earlier. Yikes might be no, possibly, not sure. On the across here is sushi grade tuna. That's ahi. And then this is designer Christian. So only because of the first two letters, I know it's Dior. Okay. Like an amazing and fortuitous circumstance that can't possibly exist, despite an initial promising appearance. 67 across, suspiciously awesome. Okay, there are a lot of words there. I believe what it is too good to be true. And, I might be wrong. I have no idea that has to do with 67 across, suspiciously awesome. We'll come back to that a little bit later. Jack, you said that the bot person is over on the Discord also. I appreciate you keeping an eye and making sure it doesn't spam it up too badly. The yikes then becomes uh-oh, and the cross pulsate is throb. Good. Fears. That's not coming to mind right now, so we'll skip it. Kia sedan. I assume it's a Kia Rio, but I really don't know. Cutlass sedan, for example. Okay, I need fewer about cars, please. Corleone Patriarch. That's Vito Corleone, the godfather on this, the day of my daughter's wedding. Can't do that voice at all. Henry VI School. Yep, Henry VI started Eton. That's how that goes. Hoop stats. Points per game. Oh, it's rebounds probably. I don't know how rebounds is abbreviated. It might be Reb, though I'm not sure on that, so I'll leave it for the moment. Whispery in tone. Something may be wrong on part of this. We'll see. Junior is son. Cutlass sedan. An Oldsmobile. Oldsmobile makes cutlasses. Pen with bright ink. A highlighter, spelled with an H. Highlighter. Is that really how you spell it? Guess so. I got so. Oh, fears is phobias. Yeah, that works. Good. Okay. Let's see what we got here now. Poet. A bard. Fireplace shaft. It's called a flue, I believe. Farm store bagful is feed. Great. On the cross here, gave a leg up to. Probably aided, I would guess. Seems likely. Whispery in tone is breathy. I think I've only ever heard breathy tones like noir and romance novels. Let me speak breathily for a moment. I'm so glad you're here today. Isn't that seductive? So seductive. Proctor shout. Time. 24/7 cash source is the ATM. Over here we have actress Vardalos? Mia Via, I have no idea. Large flat bell. Large flat bell. Oh, a gong. A gong, a gong, a gong. I'm so sorry about trying to be breathy. Nia? Nil? I have no idea what the person's name is. Alright, some downs here. Dined. Well, surely 8. And can we get this one? I will be stopping after this attempt and going back to the game. Thanks for the ads, etc. A metaphor for the legal system that implies a criminal cannot hide or escape. This is me long arm of the law. I didn't read the whole clue. I'm so sorry. Escape from the system's vast resources and unparalleled authority. Good stuff. All right, a pretty good start on our first bit today. Let me go ahead and hit the pause button here, and we'll come back around to it in about 55 minutes or so. So let's get back to our auction not included game. Thanks for hanging out with me as we continue on today's stream. I'm very much enjoying scheduling the ads instead of having them happen just randomly and people getting confused about why they're happening. So I think it's a good part of the stream. It still doesn't feel super organic. Like I have to think to myself each time, okay, I'm now going to say hello. I'm now going to say it's ad time, etc. But I'm sure we'll find a way to work it in more smoothly in the future. Alright, so what can take a little bit colder? 20 to 50, 0 to 100. More plants, more plants. Oh, Pepper, thank you for disabling emote only. I would have definitely left it that way until enough of you went F-no over and over again. So, Pepper, thank you for doing a good job with switching out of emote only. I appreciate you, surely. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna switch to the ASMR category. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. I've never been in that category. I will never be in that category. Thanks so much. Have you ever played or seen people play Phasmophobia? Phasmophobia. I've not heard of or seen that game. What kind of game is it? It sounds like it's potentially a horror game. So, what kind is that? This little bit has not been built for a very long time. Lindsay's on the way eventually. It is a horror game. So what kind of horror game is it? It's like a puzzle horror game? Like an adventure game where things jump out at you? Oh, it's a ghost hunter game. Huh. I like the idea of ghost hunting. I can imagine watching someone play it and enjoying it. I would not enjoy playing it myself, though. Almost certainly. Phasmophobia is either a horror or comedy game, depending on group of friends. Is it multiplayer? Is it always multiplayer? In which so, it will surely not be on stream, but fun stuff, fun stuff. Is this reachable here? That's actually unreachable. But people are saying they're on the way anyway. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. It's very multiplayer? Okay. I know for every once in a while, every once in a while some multiplayer game like really takes over Twitch for a time. For a while it was Among Us, for a while it was that, what's it called? It's a game where one person plays as a killer, and other people play as like the victims and try to like escape and so on and save each other. I think a lot of multiplayer games have a time in the sun and then move on. Dead by Daylight. Yep, thank you much. I watched some friends on the channel play that one also, and definitely a interesting kind of game that I will never play. So, like, that kind of horror doesn't matter so much to me. Like, it doesn't scare me in the same way. Though I think Dead by Daylight might have some sudden bursts of sound, which are also just not super fun for me. We've played some very cute Halloween games throughout the years. There's one called, like, what, Costume Quest, I think? And there's one called, like, I think Little Nightmares. And that one was barely on the edge of fun, because it was kind of scary in places. But, yeah, I'm someone who, like, wants to do fun Halloween streams, but not the scary kind. I'm so impressed, though, by people who do scary streams regularly, like Dan of Dan's Gaming, whatever it is. He's been around forever. All October does nothing but scary games, and seems to really enjoy it. And that's just not me. It's absolutely just not me. Do I need masks at the energy room with this much oxygen? Probably not. Probably not. I've done a pretty terrible job of moving this over. So let me see again. Yeah, because definitely the masks are here. And then all of this is beautiful oxygen. So earlier, I was talking about just moving them down to... But it's all oxygen, isn't it? Well, that's silly. Emu, you're absolutely right. Like, we probably need the mass down this way now, but... Behold. Behold, behold, behold. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. For such a long time, we were struggling with oxygen throughout much of our base, and now... Man, nigh everywhere is good and oxygenated. That's very nice. That's very, very nice to see. Okay, I don't want to just destroy this. You beheld, you are the beholder. Game merchant. I think it's the first time anyone's used the holder mode exactly that way, and man, that makes my day. Okay, so I kind of want to move the masks down to here so people can go down and work in the pit. But I also don't want them to have to go down to the pit from the far left side. So, is there a way I can make the far left and the far right side accessible without making them wear masks for the middle? So as of right now, this is the path down, and it just kind of stops. Okay, if I could just get masks here... Well, I guess we could have two separate mask areas. One that has two masks around this way, one with two masks around this way. Sure, let's go ahead and do that. And so past this area we'll go. And maybe I'll make some more masks also. Or, you know, we could go ahead and do proper suits. But no, we're saving proper suits for places that are hot and awful. Here we wear masks like our fathers' wore masks. One of you, whoops. Do mask holders need to be by the gates? I think they have to attach, but I'd be comfortable saying they don't. Like, definitely when you put the little blueprint down, it encourages you to put them right here. If they're farther away, I actually don't know, like, will they go and find a mask? Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I'm going to go ahead and just connect them this way, because I know how to do that. But it's possible that Noah can go other ways also. Don't do that. Okay. Alright, and then we don't need masks down to here. But I'd like him to go down here. So I think what I'm going to do... Oh, this is done. This is now done. Cool. What I'm going to do is seal this off for now. And then cut through this way instead. And have a mask line here. Or better yet, why not cut off a little higher? And mask line here. Okay, we're gonna need 2 more masks created. In a little bit, we're going to go ahead and set this up to get pumped out next. This cooling loop is now cooling basically nothing. I mean, the room generally, with a big heat source, is not there anymore. Below is still 50 degrees, though, so there's plenty more to cool. We just need to shift it down slightly. All right. I remember saying a bit ago I would add no more construction. In the past day or so, I've added so much construction. So... we have 8.5 cycles remaining until D-Day. And I'm sure I've missed something somewhere in how I put this all together. Okay. So we need to connect these two together. I got close by and then kind of stopped. So, yes, rock, go. And I'm going to say the thing I often say, which is, man, at some point I'll definitely do a better job of having this pipe organized throughout the base. And, you know, I say a lot of things. I say a whole lot of things. Surely some of them must be true at some points. Is it all reachable? I think so, though I'm not certain. We'll see in a bit. Okay. Let me go ahead and raise the priority here also. So I want to know what's inside of there, of course. And I also want to build this side before they dig up this way. Cool. I'm actually going to go ahead and destroy this. And I'm sure I won't regret this choice. And then we need to run oxygen to our new suits also. And maybe power on there also. Don't quite remember if we need power for these. We'll see in a bit. So I want to fill this and the other one before we dump there. So we'll use a bridge here to ensure that our greedy little friend gets filled up. And put more flooring in again. I feel after a period of not really doing any building at all, because I was just kind of planning, we're now doing a tremendous amount of building very, very quickly. Perhaps I should have done it bit by bit, slowly as we went, but destroy all of that also. And then I would like to, off the same line, feed over here. And so 50-50 here. Is there a like a set word for what I call 50-50ing? Like, because half goes this way, half goes that way. It's 50-50ing. There must be some better word for it. Game Merchant, good night. Sleep well, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, see you again in a little bit. Mainly tomorrow. Halving? All right, we'll call it halving for sure. No, I think I like 50-50ing. It's my own unique way of talking about things. But I see why halving is a good word for it as well. That's weird. Why do I have this little... Oh, wait, why do I have this little jag here? Because you can go through those blocks. I have no idea. Daigle, have a good night, my friend. Thanks for hanging out also. Super technical, the term is bifurcate. So I know the word bifurcate. Like, I know bifurcations in general. We use them for concept also. You know, bifurcating the idea of like truth versus meaning, for example. But yeah, I wonder what word the engineers use. I like to imagine the engineers say 50-50ing. Their boss says, oh, Jenkins, what are you working on? How are we gonna move those gases around? You know, boss, I'm making the old 50-50. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so actually adding this construction will not help at all with the current project of building this thing up. So I'm going to lower the priority. What? It's possible to lower priority in this game? I don't know about that. We'll lower all the priority 4. It'll get done eventually, but not urgently. In pipes, there are the T's and the Y's. T's, I mean, I see how this is like a T juncture, sure. What makes it a Y? Is it just like the angle? If it's 90-degree angles or 45-degree angles? The batteries are complaining. Uh-oh. Hey, we're out of coal entirely. Hey, why'd this happen? Oh, we're having such a good time too. And now suddenly... Alright, so genuinely no coal. I know we found access to some coal somewhere not terribly long ago. And we talked about making more hatch farms. Didn't really get to that. Okay, I would like to eat that hatchling egg. But I'm okay with just having any possible hatchlings right now. Oh, you know what happened? I never moved off of meal lice. We talked about moving off meal lice to something organic. I was like, oh yeah, I should definitely think about doing that. And then what did I do? I didn't think about doing that. Oh, video game. Oh, Resorty. Why do you do the things you do? So, for the sage hatch. Okay, yes, polluted dirt is fine. Polluted dirt is much better to use than mealworms. Great. And so because we have extra mealworms again, I think we're going to set those up to, again, make pickled food. It's like an emergency fallback food thing. Hello. Oh, right. With no power, it does not matter if I can get hatches functioning. What matters is trying to get power going super quick. Also, the bucket here is totally filled up. Not totally. It's getting closer to full up. So we need to start pumping out of there. That's liquid carbon dioxide. There's no liquid carbon dioxide in here quite yet. I knew this area was cold. I didn't quite realize how cold it was getting, though. Interesting. Okay. So in the immediate term, we need to find some coal. And I think I made some more accessible recently. For example, right here. So we can get that pretty easily, and that pretty easily. And that pretty easily. And that pretty easily. Thank you, Corners, for your excellent assistance. And then we can get that. That's unreachable, I believe. We'll see. Hey, Chappie fam. It's good to see you. I'm doing really well today, and I hope you and yours are as well. That's what I've not seen in a long time. Your brother's Zach, right? That's an old name somewhere in there. Hope you're having a good day, Chappie. Okay, so where else? I know in the very bottom of the world. Yes. Behold. Way down here. Now, you recall that I said we have no way to get down here right now. And also, I don't have any oxygen mask built anymore. I sure would like all this coal, but I reckon it's going to be very difficult to get it. So it will go... Oh, it's already being put as priority 7. I think I may be stuck on priority 7 for digging then. No, I'm not. Huh. Not sure how I got there. And there are probably other little dribs and drabs of coal around the map, but... If nothing else, we can set up our dupes for some emergency running. I was not planning to do that today, but there's a possibility. Little coal here also, but kind of annoying to get to. Yeah, that's about that. I'm really glad we have natural gas coming in soon. The natural gas will only pump out so much. Right, this is probably the largest load, other than the way it's way down below. And so, tell me about temperatures here. Yeah. Alright, over here the temperature does not terribly matter. So we're going to take this ladder line straight on down and dig it on out. Means even more important than getting natural gas online is this. And the same with the digging. Okay, that is all reachable, yes. There's more down there also, we'll get after a bit. So, our priority on the digging also. The one down here is 7, correct? Yes. Okay, fingers crossed. Dupes, what you working on? Marie's going over to put some stuff away. Thanks, Marie, I appreciate it. The dupes can get over here. Great. I've had the coal pulled up here for days and days and days, and it probably just counted down throughout the day, and I definitely didn't notice the whole way through. So, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, are they coming this way? Oh gosh, Marie's trying. Not enjoying standing in the water. That ladder's not thrown a job at all. We know it's possible to get here. Has the dig part thrown a job? The dig part has. So Bonnie's on the way to dig that out. Great. Food is unrefrigerated. It's true, it's true. So darn true. I keep imagining I'm going to scroll around and find some giant pile of coal I've never seen before. That feels a little bit too hopeful. Yeah, I suspect by now we could move in the direction of turbines, though turbines might require plastic. What's this? Oh, liquid chlorine. Cool. I mean, yeah, that's cool. I have no idea what liquid chlorine is ever used for. It probably has something like interesting in terms of... so it can deal with things being pretty darn cold before turning into solid. And it's great, bright green. It's like one of those Slurpees I'd get at 7-Eleven in my boyhood. Neat. So we could dig across here and then make it easier for our dupes to get. They're having to go all the way up around. The reason I don't want to is because then the carbon dioxide will dump down. But that's actually not such a big deal. Right? We have lots of space here for carbon dioxide. So probably a better idea, priority 9, first time in a while, to just dig straight through there. And then we'll deal with the consequence we've done. Because, yeah, without coal, we have no oxygen being produced. It's all falling apart. And oh, how I laugh. I might set up the red job Wii U, though I recognize it's the case that only certain characters can do this. And so red alert would not necessarily help even a little bit. And if we're going to do that, we can also dig down this way, just to let them get down a little faster as well. Treadmill time? Yes. Wait a second. Okay. So the electrolyzers still have power. So the issue is they're not getting water, I assume, because the water is not pumping. Yeah, that's exactly the issue. This one's still getting water, so we are getting a little oxygen production still. So I guess we want to kick pump this thing. Like, this is probably the most important thing in the world is kick pump that. And it is strained. I know, buddy. I know. All right. It's been a while, but here we go again. Our one little spot of sad polluted water. How are the germs looking anyway? Hey, under 50, or about 1,500. So numbers are still going down. Great, great, great. More priority 9 building. I said I wasn't going to do much more of that, and here we go, doing much more of that. If we survive through this bit, we're definitely going to get more hatch farms. Or maybe wean ourselves off of coal. If only we had more natural gas producers. That's definitely not enough to run everything as of right now. Though, we did find another neutronium pad here. Yeah, more to dig down eventually. Part's going well, good. Or I can cut consumption. Yeah, I can. So the big consumers are the refinery, where is that? The punch thing uses a lot also. I guess I could turn off like the chlorine room and let things back up, but it's not really using any power right now because the pumps aren't working. We have some coal. We have some coal. We have some coal. Power is coming back online again for next little bit. Besides natural gas and coal, what type of energy are there? There's hydrogen. Hydrogen pumps are a thing. We could produce hydrogen generators. We can make more electrolyzers. End up with a bunch of extra oxygen to like pump out to the sky. It's an idea. There's also dupe power. Dupes can run. There are solar panels. Those require what's it called? Solar panel requires plastic. I don't have that. And I'm guessing there's some kind of radiation power because now we have radioactive materials here. Past that, I'm not sure though. Anything else? Petroleum. Petroleum's great. We don't have any oil in this area. Also wood, but we have no wood here. We could connect a spawn to the main line. Yeah, we definitely could. I would need to do that in a way that doesn't overload everything. I thought solar requires plastic to make. I'm potentially wrong on that. I know that glass is what solar would be, but why do I think it requires plastic also? Okay, so it needs yellow research. This one here? Yeah. It needs yellow research I don't have quite yet. Basically, it's just glass? Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe it's not plastic, it's glass. But yeah, yellow research is what I need. Now, we can do yellow research with radioactive such and so, but I don't know if radioactive research such and so requires plastic to make. Let's see. The supercomputer area, the materials study terminal. No, just metal actually. It's actually metal for that. So I've perhaps been unnecessarily focusing on non-solar solutions. I should head in that direction. But we're down the path we're down now, so we're gonna figure this one up. Okay. No plastic, we recommend second rad research first. Second rad research. Not quite sure what that means. This is rad research here. Okay, so this thing makes rad bolts and shoots them in some direction. Presumably you want to shoot them at the material study terminal because it consumes rad bolts. The second line, more material science research. Rad bolt generator attracts nearby radiation to generate rad bolts. Emits generated rad bolts in the direction you're choosing when the set rad bolt threshold is reached. Rad bolt, rad bolt. So presumably you put this next to a radiation source and then fire your rad bolts toward your research study area. Are we gonna have like are we gonna have a mirror system throughout the base firing rad bolts everywhere to get to Researchville? And occasionally the poor dupes will have to walk through it very quickly. Rebel reflector. Okay, so yes indeed, we are going to be using mirrors throughout the base. I think my initial thought was to make them very close to each other. Like just have the have the generator like right next door. And I'm guessing that rad bolts are less radioactive than their source. But I actually don't know if that's true. I don't know. That seems horrifying, though. And then rad bolt containment eventually. Storage rad bolts in a high energy state ready for transport. Fires a green signal to release rad bolts from storage when the rad bolt threshold is reached. Rad bolts in storage will rapidly decay. I wonder if we can like move this chamber around. Ready for transport, it says. It has a safer way of taking it from place to place instead of blasting around with mirrors. I'm not going to research right now because it'll be more power consumption. Yes, run, Liam, run! This will help with the burden of power for a little bit. Now, the coal here has still not been dug out, so I'm not quite sure where they went and found the coal, but good to good. We'll mark some mopping here. Also. Still not enough. Or not little enough. Alright, the base functions once more, so we're going to return to whatever we were worried about before. You are not plugged in. I thought I wanted to plug this in. That's automation. Wire, please. Good. Oh, so it is ready to plugged in, just that piece needs to be made. That piece has not been made because waiting for iron ore. It's one of the many, many jobs out there. Not going to change any priorities right now. How much time do we have left? We have 7 cycles remaining. Oh, it's going to happen. Oh, it's going to happen today for sure, for sure. Okay, the dig through has been done here, so people now can get over here much more easily, do the digging. And here comes Bonnie to do that. Bonnie, you hero, thank you. Bonnie's appreciative. Like I said, there is more coal down here. We'll hold off on that. This should be enough to keep us going for hundreds of hours, don't you worry. I'd like to make a tile line along here, just looks a little more regular, but I do also want to get this pumped out so we have more space to work with. Gradually. This poor little pile of polluted water can't separate out at all. It's surrounded by tiles. Perhaps someday. Okay. We follow the yellow brick pipeline. We do see a couple small spots that have not been finished. Lindsay is working on them soon. Yeah, job 12 or so, not too far along. Pipe to the stars. Job 25 or so. This pipeline down. Yeah, it's getting done real slowly. But at this point, I've set up construction jobs in all directions around the entire map. And so my poor nuke is running absolutely everywhere. It's a madhouse in here. I did say it's high priority, right? Yeah, so Lindsay is working on it. Just one person at a time over and over again. And less climbing would surely be better. I don't want to change anything else right now. Okay, I think this is a little enough water now we can move it. So it is. And we need to remember to put brine from here into the line to encourage more spinning. That will be good. Fair enough, good night, friend. We're streaming at least another 20 minutes today. We'll see past that. I've got some more grading to do. I have not done any grading since yesterday's stream. So yesterday's about, I don't know, like 2/3, 3/4 done. It's just the same amount as before, so gotta get my grading done. This worked as desired. We did a little bit extra there in order to have access to that brine for mopping. That's a little cold on this way, but we'll see. I am intending that before stream ends, we'll send someone through the teleporter just to see what was on the other side. I've managed to hold myself back from it since we first found the teleporter. And so I have absolutely no idea what it's going to go to. I should be very excited to find out. We'll do that in about 10 minutes, I think. Just say we've accomplished something today. All right, 1,600 coal right now. So how much do you consume? Do you say? So 1,000 grams per second when running. So one of these will consume all of it in 1 kilogram in 10 seconds, 100 kilograms in 1,000 seconds, 1,000 in 10,000 seconds. I may have skipped a 0 somewhere in there, but yeah, it's written down real quick. It's written down real quick. So getting this part out would help. Seeing an oxygen problem, I think. And also, Bonnie needs a little quick nap. Are you exhausted? No, it's narcolepsy, unfortunately. Good old narcolepsy. So do I have another digging friend I can ask to help with digging? Abe, has it of, yeah, their only up 1 job is that. Bonnie is 2 up. Stinky could be 2 up also, but he's doing the building. That is very important to get done. Max could help also. Max right now is actually not up on anything, which say I probably had Max join us and just didn't give him a job. Sorry, buddy. Oh, buddy Max. What are your skills like, buddy Max? He has 1 point spent. Perfection. I give you more digging, more digging. Good for now. And then we adopted someone more recently than that. Gossman. He's only had 1 point spent also. Gossman was adopted for one reason only, more carrying, more carrying. I gotta remember to check in on their needs a little more often and increase the morales as we can. The morales, that's right. Okay, if we don't have access to cooling, but the time thing turns on, it's fine. The more important thing is to make sure the carbon dioxide is handled, because if it's not, then this thing will back up and that will stop this from working at all. So I think prioritizing carbon dioxide is like the next big desire. I believe I improved the importance on this quite a bit already. Only a 6. But it's still higher priority than many other things in the base, including, I think, most of the construction jobs, other than the ones heading down towards the coal. So soon that will get done. Now, did I increase Max's priority on digging? I did now, so that should help with our digging quite a bit. And I want to give him a new hat, but I know that giving him a new hat would cause problems. Also, these Dreklet eggs are incubating very slowly. I want to have a Dreco farm up and going before they hatch. I don't want to see the filth of Drecos in the middle of my base, but one never knows. 2,000 coal, goody good. Still, this part is untapped. Oh, it'd probably be faster if I made just one ladder, one gap, one ladder, one gap over and over again. I always forget about that. But I guess for this part down here, we can do the same. Hey, Holy Black, what's the best way to handle power early game? Depends on how early you mean. At the beginning of the game, having dupes run really is the best thing to do. They should have a battery, though, so they don't have to run eternally. They can run for a while and then fill the battery and then go do other work, too. But yeah, running spots is awesome. Second thing for me is always coal. Unfortunately, you have to pivot off of coal before you run out of coal. And a bit ago, my base suddenly stopped because someone ran out of coal. And, yeah. Yeah. The standard thought on this is coal is produced by hatches eating happy things, and ours are actually not doing that. Wait, why do we not have any... What happened? Wait, I think I marked this as deliver polluted dirt here. And it's just not showing polluted dirt at all. Huh. Oh, I wonder if it's because the these are set higher. Nope, that's at 5. That's at 6. So as long as the feeder's at 7 or higher, which it is, it should be getting polluted dirt inside of it. Yeah, it is now. Alright, so polluted dirt goes into these. Out comes coal. Delightful, delightful. Yeah, Heg agreed. So smart batteries are really helpful because you can automate off of them to tell your generators to only produce power when there's not power available inside the batteries. And that will save excess, or yeah, save coal you'd otherwise excess burn on. Hey, Dark Coupon, what are the creatures in the DLC that produce electricity? There's something that produces electricity? I love it. Let's see what it's called, if I can find it myself. There's like a Zap Zap. Double Zapster. The Sweepy, maybe? That's a cleaning robot. The Vole. Oh, voles. I forgot about voles. They were our friend and enemy all at once up on the surface in the base game. Is it the Plug Slug? The plug slugs, dynamic creatures that generate electrical power during the night. Plug slug. What a great name that is. Plug slug. They also produce hydrogen. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen one of these. I'm guessing on some other planet eventually. Fuzzy gastropoda rather. They're able to cling to walls and ceilings thanks to an extreme triboelectric effect. Tribbles. Caused by friction between fur and various surfaces. You go across the carpet and get zapped. The same phenomenon allows the plug slug to generate into a significant amount of static electricity then convert it into power. The increased amount of static electricity a plug slug can generate when domesticated is due to the internal vibration or contented humming they demonstrate when needs are met. Oh, it's very sweet. They hum along and zap, zap, zap. Their power is harnessed by leaving exposed wire near areas where they sleep. Awesome. Can't wait to run into them. Can't wait to find all the new critters and funds. Be good. Alright, we have 5.5 tons of coal now. So we've increased by a substantial amount in the last little bit. It's still not as much as we'd like to have, but it'll be enough for a time. A little more here. So we're probably going to have to do some work. Go ahead and digging out some of these small little caverns. Just take the coal off of them. And that's okay. Okay. Alright. Give me coal. Draclet. Take the food, thank you. Hatches are cramped already. They can have, what, 4 in here, 5 in here, 4 in here. So we'll finish off an egg. Just 1 hatch egg, please. Maybe I'll manage to automate all this eventually to not have to deal with the animals constantly, but we'll see. All right. Coal is fine again. Deep breath, no concerns. This is in little enough water now we can mop it out again. Leave. And then we'll work our way down to coal there and that coal there. All right, so this spot has not been finished. Up in priority you go. Continuing along, all done, all done, all done. Nice new area opened up. Love it. Lots of water if we want to. Okay, I believe other than that one spot, the pipeline is finished. Can that actually be true? Okay. I'm not actually sure this is true, but I believe it's the case that other than that one spot, the cooling line is finished. So I want to pack this line now. Make a higher priority to get done first. And the next thing is we get this done. So move all to priority 7 before any other construction jobs. Lay that funky xylophone. Xylophone, I love it. Are you willing to share my save on Discord? I can't think of a reason why not to. Can any of you tell me reasons I should not share my save on Discord? I nearly said share my shave, and I can think of plenty of reasons why not to do that. But I actually don't know how to do that. To prevent spoilers. Oh, so other viewers would be able to say, hey, Resorty, just go open this up. It has the things you want. I see. Okay, I understand why one might not do so. That's sad. I mean, it'd be a cool thing to do. I know that some streamers of games that have like static spawn conditions. For example, like RimWorld, here's the term you use, the game seed, that's what it's called, the game seed. will share it with their viewers so they can play along the same save file. So, board game, when you say the save, would I like take my save file and upload it to Discord, or would I give you the seed we use? Because I know it only does have seeds also. There it is. There it is. Please don't spoil everything, so I can copy this and paste it over. Share coordinates with a friend. They can start a colony on an identical asteroid. Okay, after stream I'll do that for sure. Please don't spoil everything I've ever done. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Nah, I think y'all are good and kind and not looking to spoil my gaming experience in general. So yeah, I'll start sharing those on stream or off stream rather. You can see how you would deal with the challenges, how it differs from how I deal with the challenges. What's the sound working on? Someone wants to go to the bathroom. Oh, you know what? You know what? I talked before about putting bathrooms up here. Definitely didn't do that either. I think anytime that things go bad in this game, I have this period where I recognize, oh, I said I would deal with that by doing XYZ. And so often, I never really deal with them. We've gotten very lucky we haven't had any messes in the suits yet. But the base game big enough, or it has been big enough for long enough now, that I do worry we deserve to have additional messes here and there. How the germs looking? It was 1,400 last time we looked. 1,200! They will be 0. Someday. Alright, so that one pipe has now been made. So I am going to start packing this with cooling liquid. From right here. And though I don't want to overpack this, we can get quite a bit into it for sure. The other thing we know is that this is going to begin breaking again. And I need to diagnose why it's breaking and how to fix that. So this is going to be checked here and sent around right away, I believe. It won't go through the system because it's already nice and cool. I want to make sure that's true before we move on. Cycle 402, wow, over 400. Yeah, it is just being sent back around, no problems. It's only after his next heat explosion. Wait, one got sent on, really? Huh. Okay, no worries there. I wonder why I had one relatively warm one. I do enjoy the sounds of moving water in this game. Yeah, the faster it gets, the more meditative it becomes for me. And then I feel like I'm being hypnotized. I'm just going to let that run for a little bit. Which is surely to say, this will not end badly as I forget to stop packing it. Okay. Pipeline's going through here now. Nicely done, Abe. Mima's getting closer and closer to the bottom. Good job, Mima. And what, 5 days to go? 5 cycles remain? 5.3! Man, despite having a bit of a panic over coal, I think we actually are going to get this all done before it's time to go. Oh, someone's overjoyed. Gossman. He's the one who most recently joined us, and he is very happy to be here. Previously, he was in the other place. I don't quite know where the other place is. What happens before you come out of the printing pod? I wonder if the dupes have any memories. Are they implanted with beliefs about where they came from? Filled with good old propaganda so they will always support what we're doing here? Is it dormant now? No, it's only idle. I do kind of want to go inside next time it's stops, so we can see if, or what the cycle is, just for more knowledge. More knowledge, more good, even if we have to sacrifice a few dupes in the process of making it. After we unlock what's inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and send a dupe into the teleporter. I'm just very curious what this neutronium pad has. Hey, Game Breaker. Good seeing you, friend. Hope today's good for you. And John Yu, it's good seeing you also, friend. Got about 5 minutes to an ad break, so probably what we're going to do is dig this out before the ad break, do our little ad break of crossword puzzle fun, and then after that, come back and send someone to their teleporter. I don't know if the teleporter is like always dumped in the middle of the map, or if instead there'll be a possibility that will spawn right next to the what's it called? Right next to the oil, which I really need. All right, this is a nothing yet, which means this is a tall geyser. So it could be natural gas, which would be very awkward around the hydrogen, but could also be very, very cool for helping with power. So, Bonnie is job number 1 for Bonnie. Bonnie, where are you going? Going to clean an outhouse. There's an outhouse? Oh, they're cleaning. They're cleaning the space shuttle outhouse. Oh, Bonnie. So people actually are using the outhouse up inside the space station. Not space station. The shuttlecraft. It is hot polluted oxygen. Good. All right, so we have 2 hot polluted oxygen vents. That one's at 500. This one is at 500 also. All right, no natural gas, unfortunately, just more and more hot polluted oxygen. A little heartbreaking that. I can't imagine ever using hot polluted oxygen, though maybe I'm unimaginative. Maybe there's some way to do so I haven't considered quite yet. A shame. I'm about to say priority up, but no, it's actually getting done right now. Lindsay, thanks for being here. I'm feeling such appreciation for my dupes right now. If you need ceramics, it's a good way to get clay. Hot polluted oxygen? Wait, why is that? So I truthfully don't know all the ways to get clay. Does hot polluted oxygen solidify into clay? Oh, deodorizers. Okay, yeah. It's polluted oxygen. Someone's trapped. It's polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen allows one to, How are you trapped, brother man? Yeah, you can just use deodorizer to get clay that way. But it's 500 degree clay, so I don't know about that. How are you stuck, man? So down, over, down. Ah, I said this would happen, and it did happen. So when we dug up, we dropped the sand, and someone got stuck. Exactly like we planned. I decided to keep an eye on it, and I didn't. My apologies to good friend Max here. So we have breached but breached. And so far, there's a little bit of hydrogen sneaking out. Tiny bit of hydrogen escaping. I was hoping it'd stay piled up in there. There's quite a bit of oxygen down here also. Let's look forward to seeing how they have a battle over territory there. We'll probably use a pump eventually to neaten it up some. So bummed about that. I wonder if there are other neutronium pads I've not seen. There's one other one I've not opened at the very bottom of the map. And it is almost certainly just another volcano, unfortunately. Yeah, right here. That's 3 across. I think 3 across is always a volcano. I'm not certain on that. Once I get a proper coolant for steam generator, I can turn hot into anything. I found that the turbines required to have, or steam generators required to have, what's it called? Required to have plastic to make. Might be wrong on that. Time? Don't teach today, Sally. But we do have an ad break coming in 1 minute's time. That's right, time. We're going to do our quick ad break here. And then after we're out of the ad break, we're going to choose a dupe and send them through the teleporter and see what we find on their side. And hopefully it's some cool, great stuff. And someone has an auction mask on the ground. Very strange. So, thanks for being here, folks. Appreciate you hanging out with me. I'm going to go ahead and pause the old game. Back to it in just a second. And we'll spend the next 3 or so minutes playing a little bit of crossword puzzle. As always, thank you for being part of the community. And I'm terrified we're going to find on the other side. But, back to the Washington Post. We'll see if we can get this one finished in the next little bits. Fingers crossed. Okay, emote only mode. I remember this time. Enjoy your emotes, friends. Okay. So we just put in long arm of the law as a bit of a guess, but I feel pretty good about it. So we'll work off of that now. A laundry batch is a load, certainly. Footnote kin of Ibid. That's opcitation. Yeah, that's something people are not going to know in general. Unlock poetically. Is it like ope or open? I don't know. Geeky. That'd be nerdy. So, OPE is apparently a way in which some poets say unlock. I've never heard that before. I'm, however, not a poet. Alright, plot portion is an acre. No doubt about that. Okay, and then we said we didn't know how this one works. Oh, yes, we do, actually. So, actress Vardalos is Nia Vardalos, and graffiti is probably art. Cheech of Cheech and Chong, Cheech Marin, I believe, and Tommy Chong. Obligation, owed, possibly. Richard Kubrick, Stanley. So, obligation is onus. Onus is an obligation. Canine pests. That's fleas. Definitely made a slight mistake there. Fleas there. And feel bad about is to rue. Great. Occupies a bed. Lie in, lay in, something in, probably. This is the part my lay and lie is not so good. Feel free to make fun of me. Copying. That's aping. Aping means to pretend to be something. St. John's blank. Herbal remedy. That's wart. St. John's wart. Wall Street debut is an IPO, initial purchase offer, I think. Successor, that's heir, surely. And now we see it doesn't need lie in. I thought that's what it was anyway. Oh, didn't John Lennon and Yoko Ono have a lie in where they like stayed in bed in public at some major department store, maybe, to promote world harmony and peace and love and so on? Something like that. Was as successful and enjoyable as early conjecture and predictions suggested it would be. Huh. So lived up to the hype is what this means, but didn't... I'm not sure. Okay. Closed off districts. Enclaves, possibly. Mogul, the tycoon. Good. South Seas Rap. Is this sarong? Oh no, that's an F minus nose. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? We'll see. Pond Critter's a toad. So didn't seems correct. Option for soap or ice cream. So some flavor, surely. Ice cream and soap. Is there like vanilla soap? I have no idea. Ping pong and canoeing needs. Paddles are needed for both those. Boat's front is a prow. Okay, so what is this here? Derided from the sands. Heckled. Okay. Harangued. Harangued. Alright, let's see. Successful and enjoyable as early conjecture predictions suggested it would be. Didn't miss the mark. No. Okay. I'm fairly sure this is wrong, but I'm not sure on that. WC is the loo. The lav will work also. An eye topper is a dot. A declaration of a person playing poker in a situation where the opponents think they have it in the bag. So person playing poker. The opponents think they're winning. I'm not sure. Graham Show creator Merv Griffin, great. Pesto Herb is basil, good. Broad Valley, I think that's a Glen, I'm not sure on that though. Brink, that's the edge. Joint above the foot, clear the ankle. Bailiwick, that's something that one's pretty good at, like an area of expertise. I'm not sure what the word on for those. Country singer Tillis. Meltillis? Myrtillis? I have no idea. Control Y action. I know Control C, Control V. By that logic, is ergo. WC is lose, so it is Meltillis. And then Control Y is undo, so it's Merv spelled with... No. Redo. Okay. So... read something for the poker person. Incidentally, I'm going to try to finish this right now, so if you're backwinding your Oni, I swear it's coming soon. Okay, soap or ice cream? Know something? Oh, didn't disappoint. And then, haha, soap or ice cream is a Dove bar. Dove makes more soap and also makes more ice cream. Jack, I see words. All right. Read and weep. Read and weep. There you go. Oops. Good. Hoot egg? I think Glenn might be wrong then. We'll see. All right. Blink Petty, Manny Petty, good. Requests or asks. Giza's River is the River Nile. Stanzas rises, awesome. Earl Grey tea, no problem. Implored. Pled, probably. Broad Valley is a vale, actually. Is that right? I think that's right. Bailiwick. Is it just area? It can't just be area. Drive from the Sands. Is it be like Hoot Evil? I don't know. I lost interest. Acronym spelled out by the starts of 4 answers in the puzzle. TLDR. TLDR. There you go. Mrs. GIF is an ear. Okay, this is what's wrong. It should be Hoot Ida. It's a Dale. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum-ba-bum. Very good. 2 crosswords completed. Dale, not Vale. Why do you think Vale was a thing? No idea. Pepper, thanks for ending the emote-only mode. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for the GG. I appreciate it. Good fun. Thank you. Faces is a crossword stream now. Pretty much. Nothing but crosswords ever again. Oh well. Yeah, those little errors can often be so unbelievably tricky to come back from. So Nams and I have a very different style of solving crosswords. She only puts in the words she's absolutely sure on. Whereas you see, I make a lot of, I think it's this. This seems likely. Here's a cool guess. And so when we solve together, there's definitely an experience of just trust me, it's probably right. And she goes, and then anytime at the end of a puzzle, when I have to go back and fix things, she goes, who thought that was a good answer? We have a lot of fun. Are these made with computers these days? So just to all, they can be. You can have a computer just spit one out. The problem is that computers, like crossword constructing computers, can't really tell what a good feeling answer is, right? So they can take words and just jam them together. You get a lot of like really awful words combined. And I don't know if I can exactly explain the feel of a good crossword versus the feel of a bad crossword. But the ones that are good kind of flow along and aren't too clunky. And like the crossword constructing bots will also not often know if a word is current. And so they'll be like really obscure slang from 1920s. Like, just a word, right? Or some random name for some random person in history, which is very unusual. And this kind of thing is very annoying for solvers. So these days, a lot of constructors will build out something they really care about, like the themers and the long crosses, and then use computers to help a little bit in creating possibilities to work from, and then they'll tinker with it as they go, which is probably the best of both worlds. Someday before too long, ChatGPT will replace crossword authors, so maybe it'll help more. I don't think it'll ever replace them entirely, in part because so much of the crossword is in the cluing also. So apparently years ago, Bill Clinton, the president, after his presidency, did a couple crosswords for the New York Times. Like, he was part of a team that created crosswords, and he always wanted trickier cluing. And so if a clue was like even a little bit too direct on the answer, he'd say, "Why don't you just put in 5 across? The answer is," whatever word it was. So yeah, for a lot of crossword constructors, come up with clever clues where you go, "Oh, wow, that made me think in a fun way," is something that's kind of important. So I do like that. All right, it is time to send someone through. Man, I wish we had a Meep. I so wish we had a Meep to send through, but we just don't. Probably someone who's a halfway decent digger would be a good suggestion here. So now I have 3 people who are really good diggers. Actually, 5 people who are really good diggers. I think only 3 of them are maximized, though. So, which among you, Abe, can dig and has improved carrying and such, and has so much morale? All right, Abe, you're going through. You're not going to live there. You're just going once. In the morning, Abe's going through, apparently. A little nervous. A little nervous when he's fine. But surely the teleporter would not drop him immediately into a hot vat of magma. Hopefully. You remember a crossword plagiarism scandal a few years back? I know there have been a few of them. I don't remember any particular one. But yeah, it's often a concern, especially with like the themes, and especially clever themes, have all been done before. That there are no more good themes left. So if you come up with some like novel joke, no, it's not actually novel. You've just not seen it. And so part of the work of the good crossword editor is to know all the common jokes, all the common clues, etc. But yeah, what was the plagiarism scandal in crossword? Most of the crossword scandals I've heard of recently have been people using words that have innocuous meanings, but are also like profoundly racially insensitive. And so there was one a few years back ago in the New York Times, and it was clued as a baseball pitch that hits you in the head. And the answer, my apologies, is Beaner. Now, everyone in the entire world of solving said that's a racially offensive term for Mexican people in particular, or for Hispanics in general. And Will Shortz, the editor at the time, said, "No, I've only ever heard that word used for baseball. All I know is this is a baseball term." And then so many people, like this guy, said the only word for that kind of pitch I've ever heard is a bean ball. That's aptly learned as a kid. I think Shortz eventually apologized and said he probably should not have used that word, not fully knowing the context. But obviously it's just one guy. He's trying the best he can, but the Times especially, you gotta be better than that. So yeah, there's scandals like that from time to time. The person editing the USA Today crossword was copying the New York Times puzzles. I mean, they're the best. You understand why they would, but yeah. All right, is he going through? Has he gone through? Did I miss it? Oh, here he goes. Abe online. Teleport. Oh boy, he's feeling a funny feeling. He's been destroyed. No more Abe. But then, a new Abe. All right. So this is Credebo. Previously, we've seen the surface of Credebo. Oh, he's actually pretty close to the surface. Amazing. So we were planning to have him crash land here to go inside, set up a little oxygen producer, and begin digging down. We see Pacus. We see a bog bucket. I want my entire base to be full of bog buckets. More buckets, more good. What are bog buckets? I've never seen one before. They get their name from their bucket-like flowers and their propensity to grow in swampy, bog-like environments. The flower secretes a thick, sweet liquid, which collects at the bottom of the bucket and be gathered for consumption. Though not inherently dangerous, the interior of the bog bucket flower is so warm and inviting it has tempted individuals to climb inside for a nap, only to awake trapped in sticky sap. Do dupes actually fall asleep in this thing? Produce juicy, sweet bog jellies for food. It doesn't say that your dupes will get stuck inside, but man, I've got some concerns. Bog jellies, a fruit with an outer film that contains chewy, gelatinous cubes. I want some Starbursts. Suddenly I'm wanting all the American candies. Starburst, good. What's this? Dasha, Salt Vine. I'm so glad I realized that Salt Vine, because I was like, Saltavine. Dasha Salt. Oh, Dasha Salt. The developers of this game are endlessly clever. They're far cleverer than I'll ever be. It's Dasha Salt Vine. Ethanol. This pool of water appears to be ethanol, actually. I'm so glad we didn't try to drink it. So we can burn fuel right there. Klaus, thank you. Here we have some mellow mallows. Mellow mallows indeed. A type of fungus known for ease of propagation when cut, deadly when consumed. However, creatures that mistakenly eat it are said to experience a state of extreme calm before death. They heighten decor and alleviate stress through a calming color and cradle shapes. All these new things. All these I've never seen before. And there's some oxalite there. All this polluted dirt. Are there germs afoot? So no germs. What's the temperature in the middle here? 21 right there. 21, 20. I know the surface is quite cold. Going down some, we have negative 34. 34. A bathroom, maybe? Huh. Definitely a place for exploration. Surely. The Cryotank 3000. There's someone in there. Defrost friend. And also a big brain jar. I wonder if I can take that and put it into the brain upgrader back on another planet. There's food here already, some nutrient bars. There's a clock. Oh, no longer ticking. I was hoping so badly we could figure out how time and cycles fit together. A shelf. A shelf holding jars just out of reach for a short person. Down here, a sample jar. The corpse of a proto-hatch creature meticulously preserved in a jar. And then this is how we get back home. I think. It appears to be another planetoid. I'm fairly certain there's a return device on the other end. Okay, yeah, it does go back home. So, from home to home, no concerns. I was thinking of saying, well, friends, we'll open this tomorrow, but that would be cruel. So, the last thing we'll do today is inspect the tank first. Safety instructions included in the operating instructions of the cryotank. I add them to my database. Important operating instructions for the Cryotank 3000. Do not leave the contents of the Cryotank 3000 unattended unless an apocalyptic disaster has left you no choice. Ensure the Cryotank 3000 has enough battery power to remain active for at least 6,000 years. Do not attempt to defrost the contents of the cryotank while it's submerged in molten hot lava. Use only a qualified Gravitas cryotank repair facility to repair Cryotank 3000. Attempting to service the device yourself will void the warranty. Do not put food in the cryotank. The cryotank is not a refrigerator. Do not allow children to play in the Cryotank 3000. The Cryotank 3000 is not a toy. While the Cryotank 3000 is able to withstand a nuclear blast, Gravitas and its subsidiaries are not responsible for what may happen nuclear fallout. Wait at least 5 minutes after being unfrozen before operating heavy machinery. Each Cryo Tank 3000 is good for only one use. Delightful. Now, initially I was worried this thing wouldn't have power, and the person inside would not be a person. But this is oxygen not included. They only do friendly things here. And it does say clearly, defrost friend. So here we go, my friends. Our first time finding a person. It is a second Gossman? Abe has made an amazing discovery. A barely working Cryo Tank 3000 has been uncovered containing a Gossman inside a frozen state. Abe was successful in thawing Gossman, and this encounter has filled both duplicants with a sense of hope, something they'll desperately need to keep their morale up when facing dangers ahead. This is really cool. If this is a way of giving both people some morale that will stick around, it seems great, because the people who came through, Abe namely, needs more morale than he's getting from living in this world. So that's a cool addition. Gossman has been thawed! Oh, it's combined celebration! Good night. Good night, Gossman. Alright, so skills here. So we can see which of the planetoids are on. And so Abe... Motivated by a Friend, I think, is at +6. The Motivated by a Friend is 6 flat morale for now. And Gossman begins with absolutely nothing. But they'd like to be a researcher for sure. Cool. Tomorrow, my friends, we're going to do the work of getting a second colony going. And I'm a little overwhelmed with the possibilities. We have an achievement here. What is it? First teleport of call. Port of call, great. Teleport a duplicant and defrost a friend on another world. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool. We can see on our second world here a time lapse. From the beginning of time, nothing has happened. And then nothing has happened. And then nothing has happened. Eventually, in 400 cycles, something will happen. Can't wait to see. Alright, my friends, I'm taking off now. Thanks for hanging out with us today. It was a great time for me. Hopefully a great time for you also. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your evening or day, whatever you're doing. I hope it's a wonderful time. Maybe sleeping, maybe hanging out, maybe playing some video games, or maybe, like me, you'll be off to enjoy a little bit of grading. Won't that be great? For sure, for sure. For the first time in literally 2.5 years, I'm going to put on the closing music. My friends, enjoy a little song from one of my friends. Be back tomorrow. Appreciate y'all immensely. Thank you for hanging out, and see you again real soon.
Terry Werewolf singing songs of Dixie. He don't know the shape he's in. Up on the creek, he sure will fix it. Don't hardly know where he's been. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. Life is driftwood, ain't no one's fault. something to which a drunk boy can aspire. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. My life is driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. Acadian driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn.
All right. As I said before, thanks so much, and we'll see you again real soon. Goodbye, friends.